You need a club husband. Dearly beloved husband. What up, Mouse? Oh yeah, buddy, we are slamming everything. I'm going to empty my stash. We are gonna sit here. I might like run a world boss if it comes up, but we are going to sit here and I'm going to slam my entire stash and then see what happens. You need a club husband. Oh, that's fun. What up, machine? How we doing? Okay. What up, Nick? Okay. All right. Hit it. So, you subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one. Am I sick? Finished all your treasure breaches? Did you open up all your goblin caches? Because that's what I was doing at fucking midnight last night. Sorry, thank you so much for the 19 months. That seems impossible, right? Have we known each other for 19 months? That can't be real. You need a club husband. Dearly beloved husband. Okay, so I need to swap over to this amulet. We need to like level set. I need to level set the build. You were subbed before we were friends? Why you do that? Why you do that? You need a club husband. Because Terra Coalesce Blood is a lot better than Fueled by Death Amplify Damage. Hard stop. Can't really compare the two. Also, accelerating aspect. What up, Ramus? So we could just do this. Just straight up. We could do that. Love me a great content creator, so I had to sub. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Do we have the best version of everything that we have? So I have cooldown reduction versus gem strength. Cooldown reduction helps with soul rift uptime. How much? 24 seconds versus 21 seconds. So it's 3 seconds to lose. It's also, nope. All right. We'll have to make that work. You need a club husband. We also have cooldown reduction here. I think I'm now under attack speed. I would be at 84 plus the accelerating, which is already getting me over. Okay. So, I have an attack speed sword as a replacement if we hit something crazy. We also have to start talking about, yeah, we have to start talking about gloves. Because my gloves are, I think my gloves are like perfect. They don't have a good slam on them, but they are perfect. Attack speed, cooldown reduction, int max. Technically, they could have additive on them, but we need the cooldown. My rings could, I mean, this ring is also very good. It just doesn't have a good slam on it. Like, my rings are good, they just don't have slams on it. If I sanctify shadow damage on all my equipment, is it stronger than getting legendary powers? No. It's strong, and you can't get offensive aspects on your armor. So 1 to 2 of your gear pieces ideally will have shadow damage on them. But no, getting a smaller number is not better than getting a bigger number if you can apply the bigger number consistently. So, like, you don't want shadow damage on your gloves, although it is a new multiplier. It's up to a 10% multiplier. When you could get conceded aspect, which says you do 30% more damage. Oh, here's another thing I want to do today. I have a lot of caches. Have y'all been crafting your jewelry caches? You ever crafted a jewelry cache? It majorly costs gem fragments. And then you get 5 pieces of gear, typically with one of them being GA. And it's a combination of rings and amulets. And it's like buying 1 GA and then the chance for 2 amulets on average. It's kind of cool. But I should do that before I slam everything. Although my amulet is very good. Like, I really shouldn't focus on my amulet right now. I have accelerating on a 2 GA amulet. That's pretty good. I need to get grandfather boots is what I need to do. Like, if we're being honest, I need to go get grandfather boots. Let's take this in here real quick and see, like, let's run like a 105. Actually, I think I was up against 110. Oh, I also have to, this like isn't working. Hold on. Yeah, these are like weirdly remapped. Hold on. It like forgot my... Oh, did I click a button? I clicked a button. That's what I did. What up, Saphira? All good today? We are doing well. Oh, I didn't put in my Paragon. That's okay. Oh, the mercenary bargains are huge. You should be clicking those all the time. Oh, I don't have my runes in. Dearly beloved husband. God damn it. What up, Raven? That also needs to turn off. Can I die, please? Yeah, so basically, if you actually want to know how to get to power, slam every single pair of 750 or higher boots that you can find. Get grandfather, nothing else matters. Move on with your day. Which sucks, but, you know. What can you do? You can't make it not suck. If we could make it not suck, we would have done that. I need Igni. Although people are using Cur, which I get, but also I don't. How we doing, Raven? What we're working on today, we are going to slam our entire... We are going to empty our stash. And we're going to slam every piece of gear that we have for upgrades, and then give up. That's my game plan. My game plan is to slam every piece of gear that we have. Why did that even vaguely ever pop up? Discord, how dare you? Have you got grandfather? I have not. Oh, I'm running over a cable. Oh, a bad map, you say? Well, please, bad map, don't let me stop you. Please, bad map, don't let me stop you. Actually, I am just going to kill this and then start a new map. Oh, damn. That was trillions of damage. That was cool. So you just reset this map when you see it, right? You're up to Paragon 291? Ooh. Very nice. Everybody get in here. Bad map too. Backing up to bend love something. You need a club husband, dearly beloved cousin. Oh, that's awesome, Saphira. 85-inch TV. Hell yeah, brother. What's Lee's favorite build to play on controller? Every build is worse on controller. The only thing that's not worse on controller is casting Corpse Explosion. Remember when they were like, hey, a lot of monsters won't see you anymore because we updated AI to make it more immersive. Remember that? Didn't that suck? Don't we all wish that didn't happen? Alright. I wish my amulet was gloom. I wish my amulet was gloom. But my amulet is terror. What can I say? I wish my amulet was gloom. But I don't, yeah, I guess I don't have a, I could come up with a least favorite, but I don't have an active least favorite. The one that ends up being the most frustrating to play because of how much better it is on mouse and keyboard is Blood Surge. Are you shitting me? I don't get how my gear gets significantly stronger and a thing I almost accomplished before doesn't get easier. That, like, really confuses me a lot. Like, my gear gets significantly stronger than it was before. I get higher Paragon level. And then clearing a pit doesn't get easier. I don't get it. Like, how is that possible? Oh, right. At 10 billion gold? Yeah, I mean, playing solo self-found this season has been pretty good. Oh, that was interesting. My controller wouldn't do anything. Oh, damn. There's a lot of boys in there. There's a lot of explosiones. A lot of explosiones. Hear explosions. Cut it out. I should be able to speedrun a 5. I shouldn't have to dodge. You know, you gotta double check to make sure you're not doing something wrong. But yeah, playing on mouse and keyboard, you can move while casting on Blood Surge, because it's a skill which doesn't generate a projectile. So for some reason, the game lets you move while you cast those. And doing it on controller is effectively impossible. It's probably because I'm not keeping up blood orbs. Actually, you know what? Ever since I swapped over to Blood Begets Blood, I've felt significantly weaker, and it's because I'm not keeping up blood orbs. Just means I have to play harder, and I don't like that. Yeah, I'm not casting Corpse Tendrils enough. That's what's happening. That's why I feel very weird and weak. Okay, at least I identified it. No, not that. Not there, you idiot. The issue is if you spend too much time not casting Corpse Explosion, you lose a lot of DPS. Senpai Doggo, thank you very much for the follow. Son of a gun. A gun son. You need a club husband. You know what I have noticed, though? Oh, never mind. I noticed nothing. I noticed nothing, and how dare you bring it up in public? In front of me? In front of my children? It's every pack. It's every pack. It's every pack is this. God, this game sucks. Bad game. Game's unfun to play. Playing a bad game, everybody. That they seem to drop more from the chest than they do from Belial Ladder. I've not had that experience, but you are just like getting more loot per minute of engaging with it. That could be an answer. So it's not really a question of like a higher rate as much as like same rate, literally higher volume of stuff. Fuck my whole fucking face. How am I supposed to see an explosion up there? Game. So game, actually, so when game, hold on. So game, just real quick. Game, if I could, for a moment, if we could have a combo. The justification for the amount of damage that the effect does is its wind up in its large visual tell. Now, can't see the visual tell, but like, that's part of the argument, is that big wind up, big visual tell. Now, if I can't see it, though, it actually didn't have a large visual tell. Do you get that? Do you see how the opacity of the walls going away when you're beyond them, which doesn't really help, makes it so that it wasn't fair? Do you get it, game? Game, do you understand that? Game, you get that, right? Game, you understand visual tell only works if can see. Dad, now that the goblin event is over? Why? Is it you have unfulfilled goblin needs, or you just love killing those little guys? Well, you can still hunt goblins. They're still in Mythic Pranksters and in Treasure Breaches. You can have the world that you want to live in. Like that, those don't go away. I saw a lot of people confused if Treasure Breaches and Mythic Pranksters go away, which I make sense. It makes sense, right? Like you associate this thing with this thing, but those things exist outside of the event. Like those sigils aren't because of the event. And if people look back, they'll realize they had those sigils before they got into the event. So you can still go kill those little guys. You just hate goblins. I will say, I would maybe sit down and kind of investigate why. Like, have we ever really explained, like, goblins are interdimensional beings, right? Like, explicitly, they're interdimensional beings. Have they given us the lore of where the goblins come from? That's just it. Goblins aren't demons, though, right? They're like their own creature. They're Cthulhian in nature. Like, there isn't like a layer of the hells where the goblins come from. I don't believe. I need lucky hit chance for store. Yeah. Okay, so that's going to be one of our rings. When is the vault coming? I don't think it's a bygone conclusion that anything will automatically get added to the game.
I will finish what Asmodan started.
There is at least an initial hesitancy to bring some of the like sillier things from Diablo 3 into the game. I don't believe that I experienced this hesitancy. Where did you just go?
So,
why did you just run off like that? Did I scare you? Tor, thank you very much for the 17 months.
Light testing?
Light testing? No, this is Shadowblade. Thank you very much for the 17 months. The issue with Blight is that it sucks. It's just bad. It's a bad skill. That doesn't get a lot of anything, really. Makes it hard for it to be good. Like, it's not its fault. I don't think Blood Begets Blood is better. Man, I'm really... In D3 Lord of their Demons? I stand corrected. No, Mesh, it's physically impossible to kill that many goblins in like a lifetime. We've done the math. What up, Vamp? Okay. Blood Begets Blood is better. I've done the math. It won't be better in the tower. Because the reason why the math plays out that it's better No, I think I've done the math. I think it's always been. I think it's always better. The issue is in the tower, you only have a single boss. Where is Goblin? Where is the Goblin? Challenge. Not in challenge. Exploration. Under feats of strength. That makes sense. I've killed 2,000 goblins. Is Blight in a better place than Bloodlance? I don't even know. I don't actually think so. Blood Begets Blood will not be better in the tower. And it makes me... I am worse at playing the game with Blood Begets Blood. That's why I've been feeling weaker. Also, the additive damage on the board is just trash, which is kind of its whole other thing. I could be world first. I physically couldn't be. If there's another person who cares about doing it, they have done... So again, like, people have done the math. It is physically impossible to kill enough, which is very fun. It's worse. It's worse. Blood Begets Blood sucks. Fuck Blood Begets Blood. It's not even a full pit tier. That's where I'm really... That's where I'm really, like, looking at stuff. The difference in a perfect 1.5 and a perfect 1.3 is 15% damage. It's not even... It's completing a pit tier that you otherwise couldn't have, but it isn't one more pit tier. And in the tower, the bosses don't have ads. In fact, builds are going to have to be able to deal with that. I'm off Blood Begets. Fuck Blood Begets Blood. It's a bad board. If mythic uniques are the best items in the game, ooh, they aren't. So that's the premise is incorrect. But why would you not use more than 2 in your build? The Ring of Starless Skies, is there a reason behind this? Is a legendary power more valuable? So right, so the basis of this statement, and sorry, I hit you with like a weird energy off the grip. I'm engaging with the question, I'm not engaging with you. Let me engage with you, the human being. So mythic uniques are not inherently the best items in the game. That is not true in a lot of circumstances. Stats are not ubiquitously valuable. A damage over time build doesn't need critical strike chance, for an example, right? So let's say we're playing a damage over time build. Let's just say we're doing that. For Ring of Starless Skies to be the best item for your build, you have to have no alternatives which offer something of more value. So things that you notice on Ring of Starless Skies, it has no main stat. It has no maximum life. It has no cooldown reduction. It has no lucky chance to be able to restore a resource or apply vulnerable. You can't temper it, and you can't put an aspect on it, right? Now, there are a lot of builds where Ring of Starless Skies is very good, but let's look at my Shadow Blight build, okay? Attack speed, good for the build, but I can get the same amount of attack speed. Well, not the same amount, but I can get the requisite amount of attack speed on my build from a ring. So the attack speed is not super valuable. My build doesn't need critical strike chance on my ring, or I would have it on my ring already. So this stat doesn't serve a purpose for me. I already have Air of Perdition giving me tons of critical strike chance. Lucky hit chance is valuable. It is. It can be directly translated to an increase in DPS in a niche circumstance that's too deep to be relevant for the conversation, but it technically increases damage. But I'm a build that does damage via key passive, so plus to core skills does nothing for me. So then we look at the aspect on the ring, and the aspect on a mythic unique will often be one of the reasons why you want to use it. Spending primary resource, we do that. Will increase my damage by 50% as long as I do this every 3 seconds. I would say every 3 seconds we're casting a core skill or spending resource in general. And will increase my damage by 50%. The Necromancer, for example, our weakest aspect we would typically put on a build which wants to crit would be Grasping Veins. Grasping Veins grant you 50% increased damage, so it grants you the same amount as Ring of Starless Skies. Doesn't require you to spend resource, but does require you to be able to cast Corpse Tendrils. It also grants you 25% critical strike chance. So let's say it's a build that cares about critting. It's already going to grant you the amount of crit chance that you would get from Ring of Starless Skies. So then what does Ring of Starless Skies offer to that build if it's not a core skill? Well, again, a good amount of attack speed, which can be valuable, but you don't need that much. There's a cap of 100%. So what Ring of Starless Skies doesn't have is an additive damage temper and 2 more affix rolls that would be valuable. Intelligence, maximum life for survivability, cooldown reduction to be able to make me cast my ult faster. Saying mythics are the best items in the game is only true if you have an incomplete understanding of what stats are valuable for a class and a build inside of that class. So we can look at Shroud of False Death. The reason why Shroud of False Death is the best chest armor in the game, unless your build needs a chest armor to function, is because there's nothing stronger in the game than +1 to all passives. Air of Perdition actually isn't the most damage I could put on my build. That would be a Crown of Lucian. Because Crown of Lucian... Where are you? Hello? Crown of Lucian says at 15% 5 stacks, you gain 75% increased damage. But you have to be casting skills that, have resource cost and then manage the resource cost. So it gives you a little bit of a puzzle. But 75 is bigger than 60. So then we look at the stats available on both pieces of gear. So again, if I'm not a core skill, the plus to core skill ranks does nothing. It is literally a useless stat. You know what? I take that back a little bit. It's not literally useless. It allows you to put core skills on your skill bar without having points in them, which is relevant for the Necromancer because we have a passive called Reaper's Pursuit, which seeks to have as many darkness skills on your skill bar as possible, and not having to put a point into a skill to be able to put on your skill bar is valuable. But in general, is not like a direct, it is not increasing your damage like a build, which is a core skill build. The movement speed is okay. You can hit movement speed cap without this. Lucky hit chance is very nice. And the absurd amount of critical strike chance is what typically pushes Air of Perdition over, because it opens up so many affix slots on the rest of your pieces of gear. Not only that, the 200 additive damage to demons is kind of relevant, but Crown of Lucian offers you stats that Air of Perdition would love to have. Maximum life and cooldown reduction. It's really hard to evaluate cooldown reduction, because either your build needs more of it or it doesn't. And that sounds obvious, right? That's every stat. But cooldown reduction is much more like that definition should be derived from either cooldown reduction or crit chance because of how impactful it is. But if I didn't need crit chance, I'm not a core skill and I can manage the resource. Crown of Lucian would be strictly more damage. Right now, this build can't and wouldn't benefit from it, but there are builds that do, like the Blight build. The Blight build, which is a damage over time build, so it doesn't care about critting, does use Crown of Lycian as its best in slot. It doesn't use Air of Perdition. So, yeah. I think 2 examples is enough. What it comes down to is, if you do not know a lot about the game, and you put on a mythic piece of gear, you will be significantly more powerful, and you'll probably have a good time. But as you gain game knowledge, you will find ways to outperform some of the mythics in the game, because they are not inherently the best items. They stole our gobos? I know, they took them. Ah, fuck yeah. You know what I'm always a little bit afraid of? I'm going too deep in the weeds, and I am. I'm often going too deep in the weeds. But that the person won't actually get the nugget of value out of the thing that I've done. So I just spent a bunch of time ranting at somebody who inevitably doesn't care, and a bunch of people who already know this. So I'm very glad that that was a useful explanation for you. You need a club husband. All right, so here's what we're doing. Senpai, thank you very much for the new subscription. Thank you very much. Welcome on in. Enjoy your emotes. Enjoy your no ads. And Zero, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you for the noobs. Hey, shout outs to the noobs. I've always had a very loving relationship to the term noob. All right, everybody, one more. It's story time. One more story time, and then we're gonna go slam everything in my stash. Fuck the game behind me. Who cares about Diablo 4? Look at how cunty my ponytail is. You need a club. Like, this is like Street Fighter. You know what I mean? Like, look at this. Who am I? Look at that. That thing's got bend to it. It's so stiff. It comes out like 3 inches from my... Am I Ari? Who's Overwatch Arrow Man? Oh, my Hanzo? Is this me? Look. Hold on. Is this me? Same guy? Same thing? How cunty that ponytail is. Cunty. Okay. Or Subo. I don't really like Subo though. MacroBioBoi. I've always had a very loving relationship with the term noob, because I started video gaming when I was very, very young. I was very young when the internet became a thing in households, and the idea of noob started going around. In online spaces, people were new to stuff before video games. Crazy, right? But the reason why I love the term so much, and why I dislike the idea of like self-disparaging or, you know, like self-deprecating in the form of referring to one as a noob as if this is a thing which like is inherently a bad thing. I think we should all strive to stop being noobs, but we should all recognize that being a noob is good, because that means that you are trying a thing which is new, which is an inherently scary thing that a lot of humans don't like to do. When you played EverQuest, if anybody ever played EverQuest back in the day, EverQuest was not the first MMO, not by a long shot, but it was the first commercially successful main stage genre defining MMO. It was a phenomenal MMO. I love EverQuest. I play it till this day. And if you were like us, the little try-hard, you know, dark in the pit nerdy boys, you played a Dark Elf. If you played a Dark Elf, you got to start off in what I can only describe as the second worst capital city, maybe the third worst capital city, because the Wood Elves have a pretty terrible, no, not the Wood Elves, the High Elves have a pretty insanely bad capital city. Holy shit, I hate that place. But Neriak was a horrid capital city, all things considered. I think the only other one that's like really bad is like, what is it, Grobulus? No, not Grobulus. Whatever the ogre capital city was. None of this matters. But Neriak led out into some place called the Nectalos Forest. Beautiful, dark, dreary, constant overcast, and like a deep canopy of like deciduous and coniferous forest. Actually, were they all massive pine trees? They might have all been massive pine trees. It might not have been a mix of trees. But in Nectalos Forest, there was a place referred to as the Newbie Log. The Newbie Log was very safe because it was very close to the entrance of the city. In EverQuest, if you were being attacked by monsters and you were going to die, the only way to get away from them was for somebody to save you, for a guard to attack those monsters, or for you to hit the zone line, because each area was its own instance. Or they weren't even instanced. Each area was its own zone, and you loaded into a different zone. And you hit really bad load screens, especially back when we all had fucking dial-up internet. But Newbie Log was very close by, and only had low-level monsters on one side of the road. So it's quite literally, here's the road, here's Newbie Log, and right over here is like 12 different kinds of monsters that will kill you. But if you stayed on this side of the road, if you stayed and sat on Newbie Log, you could fight black wolves, you could fight decaying skeletons, you could fight spiderlings, you could fight fire beetles, you could fight moss snakes. And there were black bears that walked on this side, but they were far and few in between. And on this side, on Newbie Log, you were safe. And in EverQuest, when you would fight a monster, you would kill that monster. Then you would sit down for 1 to 5 minutes, regaining your health and mana. I loved it so much. I could right now log into EverQuest, start a brand new character, walk out to Newbie Log, and spend 10 minutes fighting a single skeleton, get 10% of the way from killing it, and then aggro another one and run away and have the time of my life. Holy. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. So, where's the first place we can gain a lot of power? It is boots. So I think we craft on all of our boots. These are good boots, but our boots have nothing on them. So I think we craft on every pair of boots that we have. Literally all of them. Every single one of them. You need a club husband. Dearly beloved husband. Why do I have these? I'm never going to play the paladin ever again. Or rather, I'm never going to make a new pair of boots for a paladin. I think is a better way to put it. You need a club husband. Dearly beloved husband. I don't want evade grants movement speed. But if I have to have them. I guess I will use them. That ain't it. Sure. Clearly you need a club husband. Oh, these ones aren't... Huh. What are these doing? What are these doing? just have boots I haven't like finished crafting on. And I don't need the, I mean, I have them. I don't need them though. What did I hit on these? A second GA? Oh no, these have crit chance on them. Wowie. Wow, dude. It's hard to see the sanctification outcomes. All right, leave me alone. Okay. Am I planning to play Ashes of Creation? I am not planning to play Ashes of Creation, but I haven't really learned anything about Ashes of Creation, to be honest with you. Start out playing Muds. Dad? All right. Let's go to the Bone Zone. Let's go. Let's look at these two sets of boots right here. Int max, reroll over 2 corpse tendrils size, and then slam. Sure. Well, I want the corpse tendril size to be bigger. I do. I need it, actually, now that I think about it. But I was going to say, that doesn't make me do more damage. So this is attack reduces evade, armor, max life, int, movement speed. These are kind of ideal. These are kind of perfect. Slam. New legendary power. Crits grant movement speed. Dearly beloved husband. I got real excited there for a hot second. That's it. Making that thing go crazy. Back it up on that stick. Corbin, thank you very much for the follow. Dun, 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 smacking up, picking it, does something. You need a club husband. Dearly beloved husband. There we go. Oh yeah, huge. How many more of those do I have? 199. That is not enough. But what can you do? Can I even afford to reroll everything to the way that I want? If I can't, I can't, right? If I can't, I run out of materials. What can you do? Give up. That's fine. New legendary power. Becoming injured makes you unstoppable. How many times am I going to get this goddamn power? All right. One down. Now that we've done that, I should like try to go in order of like best to worst, right? Generally. Okay, let's go. Can I even afford to do that? I kind of can't. Yeah, actually, I just can't. I can't afford to do this. I think on corpse tendril size, I'm like willing to. I guess I'm not that willing. might go crazy. Back it up on that stick. Dun, 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 dun. $313 is very low. There we go. Metamorphosis. Okay. And we slam. Item quality increased. That ain't gonna do it, boss. Does it? No, this don't do it. No, doesn't even come close. Not even remotely close. Alright, put it in the pile. These are pretty decent. Kind of interesting corpse explosion size. Yeah, so I'm going to roll it until it hits a good one. Should I roll it all the way? Yeah, I'll roll it all the way. I'll always roll it all the way if I don't hit it. Perfect. Always roll it all the way. Another one with dodge chance. I should put fire res on him. Oh, how crazy would that be, actually? Over armor? No, that's insane. That would be insane. And we hit him. Item quality, huge. Huge. Now these are better than mine. We got an upgrade, boys. Let's go. That's an upgrade. That's what we like to call an upgrade. Hell yeah, brother. Got an upgrade. Bang. Better boots. Hit him with one of them. Can I ask you a question about Twitch since I'm new to Twitch and Diablo? Sure. You don't have to apologize for wanting to ask a question. I will let you know if I'm ever offended. You don't have to like preempt me being upset. Not having maximum life on my boots is kind of rough. Ski. The essence per second is kind of nice. No movement speed on boots is rough, though. But is this giving me my Reaper's Pursuit? Is this already giving Reaper's Pursuit? I actually don't know that answer. I believe it is, but I don't remember. Corbin Dallas? Yeah, I'm at movement speed cap? And now I'm not somehow. Whoa. Huh. Movement speed cap is very important. You just hit affiliate on Twitch, and you've been streaming Diablo. I have everything set up for ads and subs, and some of my viewers are not seeing any ads. Do you know why? Do I know why your viewers are not seeing ads? As an affiliate on Twitch. So you have Ads Manager turned on in your monetization tab. You have it set to an amount. And by the way, Twitch chat, I just want you to know, we could be up here. We're down here. So you have this set up. You have it set to automatic. And in your stream manager, can you set a run ads option over here? Are all of your viewers subbed to your channel or have Turbo or running ad blocker? They don't have Twitch Turbo. They are not subbed. Are they using ad blocker? Like, do they have an ad blocker extension? After that, I got nothing. I would recommend reaching out to Twitch support. But those would be the questions I'd be asking. This is like the worst pair of boots I could use, so I'm not going to use them for right now. They don't have ad blockers? Twitch support is what I would recommend. I would also say that, like, it's now been a very long time since I was an affiliate. Is it like you just hit affiliate yesterday and now you've set this stuff up and maybe you're in a holding period? Maybe? I do not remember, friend. I'm sorry. But you can reach out to support. That would always be my recommendation. Good enough.
Some solid bits here.
Come on. Thank you. You've seen when they have No Man's Skies but not Diablo. I can tell you that it's not a Diablo thing. It has nothing to do with it being Diablo. You can absolutely run ads while streaming Diablo. But yeah, I do have no other information to give you. I would reach out to support. There's like a form. There's like a Twitch support thing that you can reach out to. Hit him. New affix. Crit chance. We already have crit chance boots though. This is a Shava from Diablo 4. This song. I already have crit chance boots. These are nothing to me. Armor movement speed, max life. These are good. Let me go backwards. Make it go crazy. Back it up on that stick.
My magics await your return.
Excuse me.
More there than I thought.
Do you have like a setting that says your content is for kids? That's all I could think of. But no, so Diablo lets you run ads. The thing you're experiencing is something only support can give you information for. You can't You can't figure this out. This is not a thing that I believe that you will be able to figure out. I would stop spending energy attempting to do that, and I would instead spend energy trying to get it resolved via the appropriate channel. I will let you know. Nobody else can't run ads because they're in Diablo. We wouldn't be streaming it, to be quite honest. Item quality! Same thing. Same item. Same item. Pick it up on that stick. It just has less intelligence. All right. Good luck to you.
So,
Urban, thank you very much for the prime. I appreciate that.
you subscribe to a bad content
That is kind of you.
creator.
I wish I could be more helpful, but
You're a real one.
Here's a good one.
also, they might just be lying to you. I don't even need to put that energy out there.
Use it well.
Sublime.
Max life is what we're going for. Perfect roll. We love that.
Bright aura.
Hit him with it.
Brighter soul.
Come on, baby. Daddy needs a cheeseburger. New affix. All stats. Huh. All stats is better. That's better. I mean, what can you say? That's better. This also makes wearing a perfect soul brand a bit of a better option. So we got all stats. We're going to lose a little bit of life. That doesn't matter. A little bit of armor. We're actually going to get back most of that in strength. A little bit of movement speed. We actually don't care about that. And a little bit less corpse tendril size. But we got an upgrade. Bam. 2 upgrades in one session? What can't he do? And obviously more intelligence, which is always nice. Back it up on that stick. Smacking up, tipping into something. Need a club husband. Dearly beloved husband. Smack it up, tip it into something. You need a club. All right, let's do these ones. That's it. Flip it down, make it go crazy. Y'all like T-Pain? You guys ever heard of T-Pain? How hard is it to get armor, huh? GG. That's a low roll. This I can blow through. We have infinite gold and infinite souls. What up, Dan? Did he do a cover of War Pigs? Yes. If you've never seen T-Pain's cover of War Pigs, I highly recommend it. It is, the guitarist is phenomenal. And he just kind of leaves a bunch of space for the guitarist to be phenomenal. It is very fun. It is a very, very good show. Look up T-Pain War Pigs if you haven't. Okay, here we go. Another crack at it. And this one's gonna have grandfather. We got a GA on movement speed. Yeah. So no GA could matter, right? Yes. Accurate stand. These ones are ready to go. You don't even have to re-roll these bad boys. I could re-roll the movement speed for perfect movement speed. I could take a couple cracks at it. Sure, why not? Fucking, what else am I doing with my life? Easiest game on this planet. Honestly, I don't understand why anybody ever complains about anything. Back it up on that stick. Would I ever use... I guess I would use these if they had grandfather on them, right? Like, that's the... That's the argument. I would use these if they had grandfather on them. I would have to. And I would have to just get good at the game. Please don't hit grandfather. Oh, thank God. I'm not going to use any of them. In fact, I refuse. Now that I think about it, I don't have to. I don't have to hate playing the game. This is something people don't realize. You don't have to do it. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to hate the game because of what it offers you. You can instead not. And if it would piss you off to use a thing, you don't have to. And if you don't get a good outcome, you were just as likely to have not gotten a good outcome by choosing to use the thing that you hate. That's reality. It's gambler's fallacy. It's sunk cost fallacy that, well, because I've done so much other stuff, I have to do this thing which I will hate. It's just not true. It's not true. FOMO isn't real. Stop. Stop. Just don't. Good enough. Man, make it go crazy. Back it up on that stick. Nice. Good enough. Bang. New legendary power. Oh, Shaco. That's not what I want. It sucks so bad that Shaco isn't a good outcome. These are just worse boots. They're just so much worse than my boots. Rah. 20 damage reduction. All right, let's talk about the benefits. Cooldown reduction on Soul Rift, pretty big. All right, let's try to work through this. 24 down to 21, so it's like 10% cooldown reduction. Cooldown reduction for corpse tendrils. That's it. So this says 20% damage reduction, 10% cooldown reduction. Worse corpse tendrils, worse stats and every other thing. Put them on the pile. These are very good boots for a different build. These are insane boots for a different build. Just did the Tristram event with a random? That's cool. Oh, why aren't you grandfather? What? Why are you Starless Skies? I would take both of those. Both of those I would take. Ah! All right, moving on. Really, really powerful boots. Super powerful boots. Next pair of boots. Okay. Backing up on that stick. Dun, 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 dun. Backing up, flipping into something. There we go. Huge. Ooh, you need a club husband. Have you ever felt like you needed a club husband? Or is that just me?
More there than I thought.
Hello? God? Are you in there? There we go. Smack it up, flipping and dub something. I think I actually need 30% movement speed for it to be good enough. 28's good enough. Actually, it's not. 29's good enough. I have some issues with your CPU overheating. I saw a thing today. New affix. Movement speed. Bang, bang. That's nothing, in case you're wondering. Make it go crazy. Having some issues with your GPU overheating. Ripper dipper. I saw a TikTok today where the person said, flip CPU, flip motherboard upside down, push ice into CPU. Water from ice drip down, recycle. Infinite cooling. Have you considered making one? Have you considered that? Do this.
Some solid bits here.
Okay. Back it up on that stick. I haven't messed up a single craft yet, which is actually very cool. So these would be better if I got the exact same outcome. No, it'd be the exact same. Here we go. Upgraded to a greater affix. You need a club husband. Got some GA armor. Okay. These are bad. These are generally bad. This is generally bad. This is okay. Do I keep the essence per second or the dodge chance? Essence per... dodge chance is kind of cool. Well, essence per second. All right. These are my next best. They're not good, but they're my next best. Movement speed is what I need. Believe they're in violation of the laws of thermodynamics.
Brighter soul.
Well, all you need to do is power a thing which makes things cold with heat. Let's go. New affix. All stats. Less all stats. Okay. Figure down flow, go crazy. This needs movement speed. So this was all of my boots.
There's a good one. I'll keep my
Okay.
force up. Return soon.
Here we go. Hit him. Item quality. Okay. These ones, like, aren't actually usable. These ones are. These ones actually aren't. I mean, they technically are. No. No, and you can't make me. Alright, I'll do them. You can make them. But I'm not gonna like it. I'm gonna be so angry if these hit either Starless or Grandfather. Excuse me. I'm gonna be so squishy. Oh. That was a higher movement speed roll. I think I'm sick. I hope I'm not sick. That would suck. I don't want to be sick. You should never be able to get the same roll on the thing you already have. Bum, bum. This is not fun. It's not interesting. I'm not playing a game. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. But I am choosing to do it, so this must bring me some fun. So at what point is the player responsible for the thing that makes the game unfun? I don't really know the answer. Because ideally every part of the game should be fun. It's a game. I think this is a logical fallacy in my own thinking. So,
Sings on your return.
affix replaced. Cooldown reduction on boots is pretty cool, but sadly not for us. Using these boots would make my game less fun. True statement? Not enough. Can we talk about player agency? Can we have a discussion about this concept? Is anybody interested in discussing player agency as it pertains to the ARPG experience. Players have the right to do unfun things in a video game if they are fulfilling. This is a Shadow Blight Necro? It is Delmu, yes. These boots are the culmination of the thought here. These boots will keep me away from movement speed cap. I will know I am always running under movement speed cap while using this. I will always be playing a less than ideal game state while using these boots. Not only that, the greater affix isn't really on a stat that I want, and I'm going to be missing out on another stat. But the thing I ultimately want to accomplish is competing. That makes sense. If I cannot compete, the illusion is broken. Can I ask you something? Of course you can. And in fact, you just did. But you may ask me another thing too. Should this exist in the game? Grandpappy or sword, why? This sword is stronger than grandfather. So grandfather should not be used. That's as deep as it goes. Grandfather is weaker than this sword. Because the aspect of grandfather isn't stronger than our weaker aspect. Our weakest aspect on the build gives us 55% damage. So if I were to put that onto a two-handed weapon, it would be 110% damage, which is stronger than grandfather. And that's really the end of it. There's more to it. Like, you can't temper grandfather, so these 10 ranks to Titan's Fall is nearly doubling my damage. Or, I'm sorry, this is not doubling my damage. It's doubling the value of Titan's Fall. More than doubling the value of Titan's Fall. So it's like 50% more damage just from that. So when I ask, should this exist in the game, right? Should I be able to settle for less? I believe the answer is yes. If it is a truth that the player should be able to settle for less, and that in settling for less, you can accomplish a thing, which leads to a happiness, I believe it should be in the game. Right. Is there a... Can anyone create a salient disagreement with that idea? Open World, thank you very much for the raid, man. Welcome on in. We're talking about player agency and whether or not you should be able to settle for less. In fact, I'm going to snooze this ad break. Should the player be able to settle for less and achieve happiness? Is there a counter argument? We shouldn't be seeking to agree. We should be seeking to create a counter argument. Because one of the logical extremes of that statement is then all systems can be bad if they can lead to happiness. And then how are we defining bad? And I don't believe this, but I do think it's an important thing to talk about, because not everybody agrees that a player should be able to settle for less, or that there can be bad in systems, because you should strive for there to only be good in systems. I'm going to click this button. Woo! All right. And I refuse to just use these other boots. I just won't use them. That's okay. I'll try these ones. The statement seems to be assuming that a system that allows potentially less than ideal outcomes is inherently bad. Correct. Which, I believe, if you look at the most recent conversation, Trev brings up that point. If you look at the most recent conversation about sanctification, there is a number of players which participate who believe that.
Welcome to my home away from home.
Roofing people. So, I think the player needs to be able to... So here's the thing. I think that players resorting to suboptimal outcomes is a byproduct of there needing to be chase in items for ARPGs to be interesting. Do I want to do some mythic pranksters? No, thank you. Mythics shouldn't be available via sanctification. It is actually too strong. It's actually it's far too strong. Somebody Trev, I just got a message from Bradams that just is basically him just saying dog. Not as in the animal, but as in bro. Getting that message from Bradams is very, very, very good. It's very fun. So, item chase has to exist in ARPGs. And I think that people's individual frustrations with it come out at the points where they no longer find those things fun. So everybody's okay getting and replacing their gear pretty frequently during a leveling process. Some people aren't, right? Some people still call to the wisdom of, I could get a unique item at level 2 in Diablo 2 and wear it until I'm level 60. Yes, I get that. That is cool-ish. That's cool-ish. New legendary power. All right. Goodbye. So long, Gay Bowser.
Here's what's left.
All right. So I don't even have a full eight. I actually can't think about it too much. I just realized my brain just like gave up on this concept. Basically, I think that players need to be able to accept suboptimal outcomes in the pursuit of perfection, because it organically sets new progression points, and keeping as many vectors for power scaling open as possible is the way in which you make the greatest total itemization chase. With one of the negative outcomes of this being that some people will feel as if they have not made enough progress because they see so many ways of becoming stronger, and not only that, may feel lost and directionless. But I think that those things are only something that come along with experience in the genre and like game knowledge. I don't think that the game can actually solve those things. I think that that's inherently derived from an ignorance of the player. When a system like this exists, where the difference in best and the difference in second best. So here's the problem. Like, okay, what is the best outcome? The best outcome is grandfather. Right? Best outcome is grandfather. Why? Grandfather multiplies your damage by 2. Second best outcome is starless skies. The difference between grandfather and starless skies is 1 pit tier, because a pit tier is 32% scaling. Sanctification doesn't actually cut off the incremental gear improvement in the game. Actually, like, not at all. Actually, yeah. No, actually, I full-throatedly disagree. it doesn't actually reduce the incremental, like it doesn't inherently do that. Because I got 2 incremental upgrades from Sanctification in slamming a half of an inventory of gear. I got 2 different incremental increases to the power of my character. So it's not inherent to this system that it existing does this thing. Hold on. I'm getting a muscle spasm. I need to eat vitamin. Hold on. Ah. Okay. Man, how do you talk about this? It shifts it from find better gear drops to itself. It also doesn't do that, though. People are trying to shortcut to hit a minimum power level. But a 4GA set of boots, in comparison to a 750 set of boots, and they both have grandfather on them, the 4GA set of boots is significantly better than the non-4GA boots. The one, and also like just as like part of this conversation, I think that greater affixes were a mistake, fundamentally. Because greater affixes actually shortcut too much of the item progression. And also, like, if these outcomes couldn't happen, the person with the GA on int versus person without the GA on int would just do better given the same set of circumstances. But you're not wrong, Guppy, in that that is how it feels very much. When I think about this system, what I think about is a lack of influx and an unfunness in managing the influx of bases. Because the amount of items that you need to find to approach the optimal outcome increased 1,000. You need 1,000 more, you know? So somebody in chat right now is trying to buy 5 Bach and 4 Kryren, meaning they're trying to... Do I have these? Do I have enough? I don't. I only have 2. I was just going to go give them to him, but I don't have them. What, Morton? Sorry, how we doing, Tor? Is there... Okay, let's all back up. Is there anything wrong with the system? At all? Is there anything to complain about? Like, complain about in a way where we agree that it would be better for the majority of people if it were different. Not, I personally don't like it. Is the system wrong or are the players wrong? Insert principles here. No, sincerely though. Can we point to a thing which makes the system of sanctification strictly worse for the majority? A few weeks later, I sort of get Bricked Shaco Guy. I actually still fundamentally disagree with Bricked Shaco Guy, and here's my exact reason why. Not these. Why do I have these? Those are crit chance. This is why I disagree with Bricked Shaco Guy. It's all contextual. That fire enchant is best in slot for a different build. These boots I just made are now best in slot for a different build. I may not want to play that build, but I just took boots that were effectively perfect for the build that I have. Like, yes, I could get a little bit more intelligence, right? But like, that's, nobody cares about that. Just like you don't care about the little bit more armor you get on Shaco. But these boots are effectively perfect and have one of the rarest, most powerful outcomes. And like, yes, it's not good for my build, even though it does confer benefits to my build, which can arguably be better than my current best boot. So like, the boots I have right now are the best boots that I'm currently wearing. This outcome is differently powerful in that it grants me an amount of cooldown reduction I can't get from other sources, which would make my build better. Not stronger in the way that I want it, but better in a different way, which would allow me to change my other stats. Shaco Guy saying they bricked a Shaco is just wrong. They just don't like the outcome that they got, which is still not bricking. And it doesn't fundamentally change the definition of the word, and they should be properly identifying what they feel, which is frustrated that they didn't get a more perfect outcome, which is a valid thing to feel, but is not a damnation of the system. Brick Shaco guy, still just literally using words wrong for the purposes of empowering them and to make them relatable to other people, to increase the echoing of a sentiment while diffusing the value of that sentiment. Be better if we could drop an item on the cube and a GF and some mats to put the GF aspect on the item. Yeah. I also fundamentally disagree with that. I think that Kanai's cube is a mistake in D3 for that reason. There shouldn't be mythic slams. I think I think everybody kind of agrees with there shouldn't be mythic slams. So what is it about mythic slams? Right? Because mythic slams are the outlier, and they're meant to have crazy chase, and they're meant to make it so that it is a seasonal power, which makes you feel powerful randomly. Not like D3, but Sanctification. I hear you. It is the same thing as Kanai's Cube, though, at the end of the day, right? Like, I got this unique, and I want this unique on my gear, but I can't fit it, so I get to do it anyways. That is fundamentally what Kanai's Cube is. But what is it? There's a limit. Well, there's also a limit here. You can't put the same thing on multiple times. What is it about mythic sanctification? Because so like let's talk about this, right? And sincerely, like try to really engage with this for the thing that I'm trying to say, if we can. No one, other than people who legitimately believe that they can compete for rank 1 leaderboard, should care about mythic outcomes as a requirement. What up, Gustav? How we doing? Mythic outcome seems like it ends out in progression. That's something a lot of people are feeling, right? Ending up with a suboptimal outcome too early and not being able to upgrade from it. It feels restrictive. I think that's like kind of inherent to it. I agree with this. Not being able to trade. I've thought about not being able to trade. I've had a lot of opinions about being able to and not being able to trade. I'll be honest with you, I don't exactly know where I come down on it. Now we're doing gloves, by the way. That's nothing. I mean, this could be something. That's nothing. This could be something. But that's so Snare says, I think you don't even have a chance for top 1000 without Mythic Slam. You don't have, so what I will say is you don't have a real chance for top of the leaderboard. I'd say it's probably more like top 100 if you're not playing the meta build, right? That's true with or without Sanctification. Most people aren't even playing the meta build properly. So like, I don't think you have a chance at top 1000 unless you are a skill level top 1000 player. I don't think that the itemization is what's going to stop you from that. I think because it's not incremental. So it's feeling like locked into power. Which is again like very funny though, right? Like the locked into power, I agree fully. Feels bad. Why does it feel bad? It's because you know how much worse it is. even though it's stronger than anything else you could possibly do. Here, how about this? How about this? It doesn't feel earned, does it? These gloves are insane. Holy. I think that's a little bit where it comes from for me. It doesn't feel earned in a way that is organic. It feels inorganic. It feels as if it exists outside of the nature of acquiring power. How do we feel about that? How's that rattling around in people's heads? These can technically work because I have accelerating already. Because to me, there's this sensation of like, I didn't make this happen. The game decided this happened. Whereas, so me deciding between these boots in these suboptimal outcomes, like, I got some options for power, right? Like, I got some options for a survivability which could confer power. I chose to not use them, instead to choose this more generic power. That feels like I'm making decisions, and like, I went out and farmed these boots. Yes, it's a very inorganic experience, but it's for efficiency's sake. I think whenever you start being a little bit too efficient, it like really takes the immersion in the organic experience of the game out of it, and that's a choice that players make. But there's something about the mythic slams that make it feel so inorganic, that make it feel so... The mythic slams feel like a removal of player agency. Like, yes, you're choosing to go for them. Yes, you're choosing to place a value in them which supersedes all other value. But it is because it is the path of progression which is available. And I think it's the lack of organic feel to it. Like, 120 all stats feels organic. A 10% increase to physical damage kind of feels a bit more organic. Getting the aspect hardened bones, that still even feels pretty good, because this isn't actually a direct path to power. It makes the ease of gameplay. It's like an accessibility route. But here's a question. If there weren't mythic slams on non-offensive slots, then the most you could increase the power of your build is like so much smaller. No, actually, I don't even agree. It's actually fine. At the beginning of this conversation, I think everybody was pretty much on board with like, oh, what if no mythic slams? Because we had a lot of different reasons why. We like everybody kind of had a different feeling of why. And ultimately I wanted to get to what was the root cause of that feeling. And I'm feeling very strongly, I'm feeling very strong about the inorganic nature of it. Like, not to pat myself on the back, but that feels very accurate to me. But add more offensive aspects. So if I were to create a perfect sanctification outcome, it would not include any aspects that directly confer damage scaling. But I am anti-aspects conferring damage scaling. So the only issue, though, Raven, is that that doesn't actually fundamentally change the problem. It just shifts the problem to, like, your rings and your weapon. What it also means is that most items in the game have things that can't happen on them. So if it's just like, oh, your build doesn't use that thing, you just have less exciting outcomes. And so again, to me, that is actually just Kanai's Cube. And I think that Kanai's Cube is ultimately a failure. Like, I'm very anti-Kanai's Cube. Because I'm anti-gear having, like, this soul scaling of power. Like, if every defensive and utility and resource aspect in the game was available, and you couldn't get damage scaling aspects, I think that it's already significantly better than what we currently have, which is every build needs Vehement Brawlers and Conceited and Accelerating, and the Exploiters, and the Elemental Fate, whatever that one's called. Like, it reduces the power scale of the outcome, but the outcome still is you want 5 more offensive aspects on your build, because that is stronger than anything else you can do. I think I would be very okay if there were no such offensive aspect scaling. But also, offensive aspects just shouldn't scale damage. They should open up vectors for damage scaling. But I think that's what we're going to be looking at in, like, the skill tree rework and stuff. By the way, I'm not just staring at these for no reason. I'm trying to figure out whether or not I'm actually going to try to slam them, and I think I am. Okay. So I am looking for cooldown reduction, attack speed, ultimately, as my best in slots here. How much attack speed do I really need? I'm at 70. How do I have the same amount of crit and attack speed? Isn't that so weird? It's fucking wild. It's also 69 and 6'7". Am I right, kids? You know what really sucks? I haven't done the math. I do wonder whether or not a one-hander and an offhand is better than a two-hander for Shadow Blight, and it's just like impossible to do the math. Excuse me. Is it impossible to do the math? Can we try to do the math? All right, I'm going to do the math. I don't know if anybody has actually modeled the damage application rate of...
I know what it's like to be the outsider, boy. But you have family in this place. Someone told me once you
Shadow Blight, but we're going to try.
I'll watch your back. Take care of yourself out there.
Hold on. Slamming boots. All right, hold on. Start recording. Here's how I'm gonna get it out there. Okay. Reason why I'm doing that is because I'm trying to see like true attack speed. Because I'm at 84, I'm at over 110, I'm at 39, so I'm at 84, 39 is 15, is 24 more, I'm at 124, 123.7, 123.7. 123.7, which is ultimately what you get up to within accelerating off of your amulet. So we're actually at the attack speed breakpoint that we typically would be at. I need to see how many times you actually cast Corpse Explosion in a second. Is what I need to see. Because I want to say it's like 4 or 5 times per second. Y'all can't see anything. I gotta move all this stuff just further down. How cunty that ponytail is. Oh. So this is... So this is, I have cast a Corpse Explosion. So I've cast a corpse explosion here. I've cast a second corpse explosion 14 frames in. I've cast a third corpse explosion 14 frames in. So it's 14 frames. I have cast another corpse explosion. "14 frames in, I have cast my second corpse explosion at 28 frames. Actually, it's like 13.5 frames. Every 13.5, so at 41, maybe 42. Yep, at 42, you can see it beginning. Ah, that's 14 frames. No, but at 53 frames, I've cast it again. So 53, I have done 4. Which is 13 frames. 13 frames in a little bit. So every 13 frames, I could cast Corpse Explosion. It's every 13 frames. Alright. Hello? Random testing. Okay. So corpse explosion frames. Every 13 frames, and this is this is CE frames. And this is at 84.5. So basically 85. 85, 124, 123.5, 123.5, 123.5. Attack speed. It's 123.5. Right. So this means I have to ask the question, how many corpse explosions could I have at the end of a 6-second period? Because that will begin the next second. Right? If we had infinite corpses, let's say you had infinite corpses. What is the maximum damage potential of... Oh no. Oh no, my scab opened up. Well, I'm bleeding, and that's cool because I'm a man. So over 6 seconds. So it's 6 multiplied by 60 divided by... Yes. Equal to 6 multiplied by 60 divided by 13. So it's 27.69. And at the beginning of the next second, I will have lost a single corpse explosion and will have replaced it, right? Is that accurate? So again, infinite corpses, I can consume a corpse greater than 4 times per second. I am at maximum corpse explosions going. Once I'm up to this number, am I always at 27? Because I'm at the replacement. So it goes At the end of 6 seconds, I have cast this many corpse explosions. Corpse explosion lasts for 6 seconds. I believe so. I believe this is accurate. So, what we need to figure out, I need somebody think of math smartly with me, okay? This is not rhetorical. I'm not just talking to myself. I need people to think smart about math. The way Shadow Blight deals damage is that every 8 times that you do damage to the target, it triggers Shadow Blight. The way that the Blighted aspect works is it says every time that you were to hit a target with Shadow Blight, that next one will deal 70% more damage. So the first one makes the next one deal 70% more damage. The next one will deal 140% damage. The next one will deal 210% increased damage, etc., etc. Resetting after 6 seconds of the first. And the 6 and it builds up over 6. So the question becomes, how many corpse explosions could be dealing damage to a target? If you had infinite corpses, over 6 seconds, I could have cast Corpse Explosion 27.69 times. And Corpse Explosion lasts for 6 seconds. So at the beginning of the new 6-second time period, I could have cast this many Corpse Explosions, and all of them will continue to do damage to the target. And I should be replacing them at the same rate that they drop off. So they should always be under the effect of this many corpse explosions. Does anybody disagree? Is there a reason to, does anybody disagree? That seems to make sense, right? I have a consistent cast rate. We should drop it by 1 because I will have to... We should drop it by 2. Because I... No, because you weave in the... We should drop it by 1 because I have to cast Blight. But no, Blight does the same thing. We're going to leave it at this number. Okay, so I'm going to assume that at every moment, there are this many corpse explosions doing damage. Okay. Corpse explosion deals damage twice per second. So each corpse explosion deals its damage every half second. It is a count of 6 seconds. It is not the second after the last second. So at the beginning of a 6-second period, this many corpse explosions are all doing damage. No, it's an important point. It's an important point. Nobody needs to downplay themselves. Ever. And I'm sorry if I ever make you all feel that way. It's very much not my intent. I stop engaging with people and I start engaging with concepts, which oddly enough depersonalizes the experience a lot. It is not intentional, but that doesn't mean that's not harm that I commit. So It is just this many corpse explosions are doing damage twice per second over the entire 6 seconds. So we have to do damage 8 times. And every 8 times we're going to trigger Shadow Blight. So that means, so this is equal to this multiplied by 2. There are this many damage instances per second. Can I just divide this by 8? I should just look at total amount of damage instances, which is this amount. Divide this by 8. This gets pretty close to an accurate representation of Shadow Blight triggers. So then it's just this, and then it's this plus 0.7 over 41. So I'm at 127. So I need to go down to 68. Oh, weird. What? Oh, no, actually, I just do this. Stupid. Yes. Okay. The multiplier from 55 to 332 is over 6 seconds. Is total number of damage instances. So this is how many corpses are dealing damage to the target. This is how many corpse explosions there are in a 6-second period, because it's maintained continuously. They deal this many shadow damage instances per second. They deal a total of shadow damage instances over 6 seconds. This is how many times that can proc Shadow Blight over that time. So this is the total amount of damage that is dealt to the target in percentages of Shadow Blight damage. The first one does 100% of Shadow Blight damage, the second one does 170%, the third one does 240%, the next one does 310%. Because this is additive with itself. The first hit makes the second hit be the first consecutive hit. The first consecutive hit deals 70% increased damage. This increase for every additional consecutive hit. So by the end, the 41st damage instance is doing 2,800% increased damage. So, the total amount of damage that you deal is 615 Shadow Blight units of damage. This is if you had infinite corpses and you just, all you did was over the 6 seconds cast Corpse Explosion in a single blight. So the question becomes, what does this look like if instead it is only a 35% multiplier? You have a question? What's up? By the 2 seconds of Shadow Blight? Yes, we are triggering Shadow Blight multiple times per second. It would always have been reapplied within 2 seconds. So it is 87% more damage to have it on a two-hander. But what if yeah, two-hander is just better. That sucks. All right. I'm just gonna keep that data forever. One hand isn't going to increase potential casts because of frames. So I actually don't think that the limit is on attack speed of... I actually don't think that the limit is if we attack faster, more damage. You actually don't... You can't generate infinite corpses and consume them fast enough. So you do actually do less damage than this. We are already attacking too fast because we can't effectively generate corpses fast enough. If we could even generate enough corpses for this to be accurate, that would be one thing, but we can't even generate enough corpses for this to be accurate. Because corpse explosion's animation is so fast. This corpse explosion animation is at 13 frames, which is faster than anything else we can even like reasonably reach. That's the benefit of it. Also, its pool area is larger than Blight's, which is like the only other thing that you could use. Because Blight on a two-handed sword at the 130 that we're at is actually only at 18 frames. So 5 frames slower, like significantly slower. Yeah, the major limiting factor since they nerfed corpse explosions like a hit chance back in the day has been the corpse generation rate. All right, I feel pretty good about that map. All right, time to do oh! All of this was to figure out how much attack speed I need. Oh no! And to think about offhands. Because the other benefit of using the offhand is that you get to put 2 different tempers. The issue being that Shadow Blight doesn't have a Shadow Blight deals double damage temper. That would very easily push it over the edge for the one-hand offhand. You know when you have a little hair? All right, fellas, am I right? You know when you have a little hair? Okay, back to what I was doing. Now, do I want the additive shadow damage? And I hear you, I do. Mac, of course you want the additive shadow damage. It's additive, of course you the most damage, the most damage. I want the most damage. But what if the limiting factor is lucky hit chance? Is there any one-handed uniques which increase a passive? The Necromancer doesn't have those. Toss Fists of Fate on. I actually really don't like Fists of Fate. Shadowblight already gambles too much with its damage with the Wither node. So imagine you get to the end of the 6 seconds, you're supposed to get your massive payoff of biggest multiplier possible, and you don't roll Wither, and you also hit the 1% of Fist of Fate. I don't like adding RNG two systems. You also lose out on cooldown reduction, which is slightly made up for by the lucky hit chance to proc Decrepify. But you lose out on cooldown reduction, and you lose out on intelligence, and you lose out on additive damage. All things which are static damage variables. You gain attack speed that you don't need on that gear slot above what you would normally have. You get to add an additive roll to your ring, which is valuable. So it doesn't offset, but it a little bit offsets the loss of the temper. But what if it ultimately answers the question of corpses generated? And O's has run the same pit tier with and without Fists of Fate, so I don't currently feel like there's enough data to support that it is better. But like a 4GA Fist of Fate with a good roll on it will absolutely serve your purpose, no question. But what if I can get all those benefits on a pair of gloves and get all the consistent benefits as well? Like, I want cooldown reduction here, but what if I just put lucky hit chance on my gloves as well? It's the loss of the additive damage worth as much as the gain of the lucky hit chance. Can we directly correlate the increase in lucky hit chance to a multiplier? Or not correlate, but equate. Can we? I don't know so much now. 7.5 plus 25%. Okay, so that's 9.35. How much would the lucky hit chance roll be? 8. 8 is 10, so that's 19.
Your road be filled with wonders.
19.35. So we already have 45%. So 20 multiplied by 45 plus 1.45 plus 19.375. 45 plus this. 45. 55. 64. 375. So 32. That's impossible. What? How am I? What? This is lucky hit chance. What else do I have lucky hit chance? The potion? Nope, potion's gone. Oh, it's 25 base, that's why. That was 20% base. So we would end up at 41. $16.32. $13.35 versus 36. A 14% increase in corpse generation rate. So it's a 14% increase in corpse generation rate. We would also have to take into account like how it increases Blight's proc rate a little bit. There's a little bit of barrier generation here. There's a little bit of cooldown here. But is 14% increased corpse generation rate alone against a single target worth more than 113 additive damage? Let's do the math. Not you. Uh, 594. 503.9. 44. 605. Uh, 35 times this is, we'll call it 100. Just call it 100. Damage versus injured is 35% of this, so about a third of this. So 29. So right now we have a 29.1. 29.1. 29.1. 29.1. 29.1 multiplier. Versus, how much is this? 113. So minus 113.7. So this is a 29.1 divided by a 27.972. It's only a 4% increase in damage. Ooh. And does that already account for the cooldown reduction? Not exactly. Go from 24 to 28. So, then I have to do the calculation from the perspective of we already have 45. So I have to take it from the perspective of just the temper. The temper is 7. Seven. 7.5. is 9.35. So we have to do 25 multiplied by 45 multiplied by 1.54375. It's only 38. Multiplied by 0.32. The 12.35 divided by an 11.52. It's still a 7% increase in corpse generation. Which technically is a greater, if we directly equate corpse generation to a damage. The reason why Morticrux doesn't work is because you lose a temper and an aspect, and it doesn't directly translate to a significant increase in procs. And the stats on the weapon are very bad. So it's what, like a 40% chance per corpse consumed to generate 1 damage instance. Whereas each corpse consumed is already generating 12 damage instances. So it's 40% of the time you get 1 damage instance, so you get 0.4. So you go from doing 12 damage instances to 12.4 damage instances. Which ends up being 3% increase in damage instances. How do I stop getting one shot on this build? Nobody can answer this question because you haven't provided any details. What is one-shotting you on the build? And have you actually completed the build, or are you progressing through the early game? And if you do not have fully sanctified gear with mythics, then you are still progressing, just as a reference point. It would increase the Shadow Blight procs per second by 3%. The way that this works, way Morticrux works, I don't even know if I have one here. I don't even have it here. The way Morticrux works... chance for a corpse explosion to deal double damage does nothing. It has an okay roll on intelligence. Gaining barrier isn't bad. The hued flesh would increase corpse generation. When you consume a corpse, there's a 40% chance to create a simulacrum. When it dies, which will happen after you get to a total of 5 of them, one will explode. It will do an instance of damage. Let's assume that you have had 5 up the entire time. That means 40% of the time when you consume a corpse, one guy will pop out, he will explode, he will do 1 instance of damage. This is like adding 40% of 1 instance of damage to the total number of damage instances the corpse explosion would already deal. Does it make corpses faster than 3 bone golems? Does what do that? Any elite or exploded guy have all the gear and gems, but I'm squishy. Maybe I'm just used to God mode paladin. you are used to God mode Paladin that has a 100% chance to block. But also Paladins have to dodge on-ground effects. You just have to dodge on-ground effects. There's just no other way around it. Although, if an elite is killing you, you don't have anywhere near all of the gear and stuff. Just kind of like hard stop. The only thing that kills you on this build is an on-ground explosion in a high pit tier. So if you are dying before then, I would say you probably don't have enough Paragon or don't have maximum life on all the pieces of gear that you could have it, like your boots and your gloves and both of your rings and your weapon. But yeah, something is not actually the recommended stats. So like, if you have never seen it, in our build guides, we will have gear recommendations. If your stats are not above these stats, you don't have enough stats. To give you like a reference point, my character has nearly 16,000 armor, which is what you're striving for, 4,000 all resistances, which is much above this number, and 16,000 maximum life, which is significantly above this number. But if you aren't at least these numbers, you are going to feel bad. These are not recommendations. Not really. These are thresholds where the build starts to feel good. What about Gospel of the Devotee and Decompose? So just to head off a lot of things very quickly, we actually in no way, shape, or form are trying to solve Corpse Explosion and Corpse Generation by anything other than casting Corpse Explosion, because every moment that you're not casting Corpse Explosion is a damage loss, which you can't afford to do. I realized I had invited this type of speculation. That isn't the math that we're doing. We're actually just looking at optimizing stats on this one piece of gear and the difference in value between additive and lucky hit chance for the purposes of the basic engine of the build. Using any other thing other than what we're already using is suboptimal, and we're not looking to explore those things because they're all bad. Which is like a powerful statement. But basically, all I'm really considering right now is lucky hit chance versus cooldown reduction as a stat in the affixes, and lucky hit chance versus additive damage for just these gloves. Now, this doesn't mean you can't think about other stuff, but this is the only thing that I'm currently interested in doing and spending time thinking about other stuff, which I can't explain why they're bad. But basically, casting Decompose, worse than casting Corpse Explosion. Not using a two-hander, not an option. Using Mortar Crux, bad because of the reason that I explained. And trying to use golems to generate corpses loses too many damage multipliers. And also a skill on the bar. And also a really bad weapon to use it. Succinct. You have 13,000 max life. Okay. Do you have all the other stats I said? Because only having one of them doesn't matter. But I will say, if you're used to literally never having to dodge damage at all in the Paladin, yes, playing on a class that has half the toughness and doesn't have 100% block chance, you will feel significantly squishier. And the Paladin does not set a realistic expectation for survivability. That also being said, other than on-ground explosions, nothing should be killing you. So those two data points, I think, can help guide you. Can I equate 7% lucky hit chance efficiency for corpse gen to 5% damage? In packs, I can't. Because you have enough damage triggers to generate infinite corpses already. We don't really care about the cooldown reduction in packs either, because we already reset our cooldowns. It does help with barrier generation, which is a thing. Light increase on stun triggers and damage instances as well. Very slight increase in damage instances there. Probably like a 0.1% increase. So it's not a complete DPS loss in a pack. It is a lot of gain against a single target, though. It's just very interesting to consider it. Ideally, I would want lucky hit chance on my Heir of Perdition. Like, lucky hit chance on my Heir of Perdition is where I gain the most power. Because I need to swap this over to lucky hit chance to restore resource. Alright, I've convinced myself. I'm not doing it. Okay, I've convinced myself. I'm not doing it, only because my rings need to be better. But I'm on team maximize lucky hit chance. And if it turns out that that's the optimal play, then I knew it the entire time. All right? Okay. I'm over it. But, fuck. But then this begs the question. Okay, if all of that is true, then it is Fists of Fate. Ah! What up, C-Todd? If all of those things hold true, then it is Fists of Fate. Which I just don't like. No, but you get like pretty significant diminished returns on lucky hit chance. So, Smitty boy, and this is where my side of the argument gets a bit unfair. There is something to be said about your ability to compete is one of the greatest components to competition. And increasing variance between runs while allowing for a greater height drastically reduces drive for competition when the competition is already so RNG based. And the biggest thing that will stop you from winning a competition is you giving up. So if you are a person who can despair in competition and repetition, Fists of Fate have a hidden net negative multiplier on them. Whereas somebody who is only driven by potential gains something from it. But this is only true if we can make... This is only true... So, in learning more... Fuck. It is hard to collect data on true corpse generation rate. Because it's hard to... Like, optimal gameplay comes down to RNG. What is the best way to target farm GA uniques? That bosses. Nothing else is even vaguely close to bosses as far as efficiency is concerned. Bosses in a 4-player party. To increase number of drops and increase number of drops from that boss's table, which increases the quantity of GAs that you will see on a unique which you want to see them on. World boss. All right. Let's go fight a world boss. Misusing Howl from Below. I, unironically, considered using Howl from Below. Because there is an efficiency gain against a boss which moves to not lose out on corpses, as well as allowing you to remove attack speed from other gear pieces, as well as the increased efficiency of terror and crowd control damage due to stagger rate. it doesn't end up being stronger than a pair of gloves, but it is something I considered. So just know you're not crazy. I'm never going to run these. I don't know why I have them. See, Todd? He's still here. You're still here? See, Todd, can you help me to understand why people continue to use Mage Glyph on minions builds when it is worse than Abyssal or Sacrificial? I want to make sure I'm not missing something.
That was inspiring. Thank you. Impressive.
Yeah, it still does that. That's just like not important. I don't get why we're doing it. But might be too many sigils. Guys, I'm starting to think they dropped too many sigils. Guys, I'm starting to have an opinion about the number of sigils that are dropping here. I'm starting to think maybe this is too many sigils. Eat club husband. You need a club husband. Dearly beloved husband. The issue with it only being 1200 dust, though, is that you're actually losing out on a ton of dust that way. Because these are 4x that dust, with the chance of it just already being a good sigil. I got into a discussion about this with another person recently. I was like, it actually would kind of suck if the game only ever dropped dust, and I never actually saw keys drop, because going and crafting like 200 keys sucks. Like that gameplay loop also sucks. It feels good seeing a bunch of things fall on the ground, and for efficiency's sake it is bad. That's not the same thing as like it being inherently bad. But what I think it points to is the fact that like it would be cool if we could just salvage from inventory rather than having to go to town to salvage. I think that's actually the problem. I think this part of the loop is the thing that sucks. Now, the issue with that is that, again, it's a part of the loop that sucks for me, but it's not an inherently part of the loop, inherently bad part of the loop, because human beings are very bad at stopping. They're very bad at stopping. Oh, why did I come back here? I don't know. And having an instigation for stopping is good. It's actually very healthy. It's important, especially in this type of game. But things which are good for people is not always good for people who are trying to be efficient. Which, like, I don't know what you do about that. These are just observations. Yeah, I go back and forth a lot. So salvaging from inventory, so like stopping to salvage is also a bit of an off-ramp from an activity. Reading your stream title, wait a damn minute. What? What's wrong with my stream title? Stream title. Slamming my hole, stash for upgrades. I was just catching my breath. Slamming my hole, stash for upgrades. I'm just letting people know I'm breathing here. Slamming my hole, stash for upgrades. What if I have COPD, man? You know? What if I... What's wrong with my title?
Yes, I have wares.
COPD homies, where you at? Wrong hole. I'm just slamming my hole. Stash for content. Man, I'm going back and forth on this. Here. All right, hold on. There's a way for me to test this. And hold on, I gotta go get my boys. What you talking? What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about? Come home. You need to come home. Dearly beloved. You need to do something. Somebody got thinking and do something. You come home. Dearly beloved husband.
I will not let you down.
I'm gonna tell what you're talking about. I'm gonna tell what you're talking about, baby. How you doing, Prometheus? I have a question for you. I have an answer for you. Let the duel begin.
Not much past me.
Cax, Lucky at Chance also helps with Cax uptime. Kubo just stopped attacking there for a hot second. think Subo sucks. What? What phone? Phone, stop. Stop. Stop sending me messages. Oh. Oh. Oh, I can survive now. When you play your mage skeleton, they seem to die fast? Are you using bone mages? And you shouldn't be? Maybe?
My shield is yours.
Sorry the incredulity in my tone, but your mages should never be dying. Unless you just like are level 20. You copied the guide? They literally can't die. So the incredulity is born from a fact that they like realistically can't die. So yes, you must be doing something very wrong. Like where do they die? In what content do they die? Are you level 60? I need a lot of context. When you enter like a regular dungeon? Like you go into a nightmare dungeon and your mages slowly just die. The only way that can be happening, boss. No joke, you clicked this button. And you meant to click this button. That's the only way they could be dying. What up, Bracknor? Like, there's not a single monster in a dungeon that can kill your mages unless you shouldn't be in that torment tier. Paragon 270. Like I could take off all my gear, walk out into any Torment 4 content, and my mages won't take damage. Got 4 GA boots, let's go. So there's the aspect of service and sacrifice which kills your warriors. But that doesn't impact your mages at all. What up, Papa Beg? What is the aspect that uses essence to boost them? That's Great Feast. That doesn't deal damage to them. But yeah, I will say definitively something is wrong. Unless you just like don't have armor resistances or maximum life on your gear and you've done your Paragon wrong. Yeah, that's all I got. They just like can't be killed. But I would double check what you have for a setting.
Forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
I'm gonna do lucky hit chance. And this one I'm gonna GA.
More there than I thought. Some solid bits here.
Oh no! I missed the cooldown reduction. Oh no. Oh, rolling cooldown reduction sucks. There it is.
Sublime.
Go. Item quality increased. Technically better than mine? Technically better. Although I'm going to keep these ones in case it feels worse. But, incremental increase. Let's go, baby. Rolling lucky hit chance Vuln on a ring. It feels real bad. Yeah. Thanks for buying my 4 GA boots and got 5 GAs. Hell yeah, brother. Am I wrong for wanting Merc AI to be a hair more aggressive? You are not wrong. No. Mercs suck. What's my next best pair of gloves? These. That sucks. I don't really have good gloves. I don't think I should be rolling gloves. I don't have good gloves. Well, like none of these gloves are actually good. These ones are fine. Yeah, I don't actually have good gloves. These ones are okay, I guess. I'll roll these. Yeah, I'll roll these. All right.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
Good enough. You run without mercs because you hate having NPCs with you. Damn, dude. You are committed in a way that I cannot be. Item quality increase. All right, game.
Impeccable.
For minion, should I go Golem or Skeleton Mages, or just forget it and go Shadowblight? Well, you can't for minion go Shadowblight. I think you should play a Golem build. I think mages suck, and Golem is actually fun. Oh, let me re-masterwork these. There we go. Here we go. So we have attack speed, lucky hit chance, corpse tendrils. Yeah. You got 7 stash tabs. I saw 8 tabs on Cliptus. No, you didn't? Cliptus doesn't have an extra stash tab? Thank you for the follow. Can you... Oh. Oh, do you mean when you have extra items that have been sent to your stash? Yeah, so when you haven't picked up items, they'll send like 10 to 15 of them to you and you can retrieve them. All stats. Love to watch Downton Abbey with you on the couch for a whole afternoon. Thanks. I've never seen Downton Abbey. All stats. Technically better? $77? Yeah, I'm still over 100. Technically better? Because of all stats? 392, 392, 392, 4.927 divided by 4 points. The 2% damage increase. Are the other stats worth more than a 2% damage increase? The attack speed feels like it is, for sure. Might not be, but it feels like it. National Cuddle Day proposals? Is it National Cuddle Day? National Cuddle Day? Celebrated on January 6th. I think January 6th is famous for a different reason than Cuddle Day. I think National Cuddle Day is a psyop to get us to forget about the insurrection. National Cuddle Day. What? When was National Cuddle Day established? National Cuddle Day was gained traction in 2017. Convenient. Some people were doing aggressive cuddles that year. Define good gloves. Intelligence, maximum life, attack speed, cooldown reduction. I argue lucky hit chance, but shadow damage temper. And then an offensive aspect. Is the rest of the stats here worth? I think the rest of the stats here is worth 2% damage. So. Sadly, no all stats. Yeah, gloves. I'm a little bit more hesitant on gloves. Do I have boss mats? I do. I don't wanna. Anybody want to come kill Belial with me? What if we kissed at the Belial summoning altar?
Greetings. How shall I guide my hand?
The Maxwell Golem build is not even yours. How dare I? I know. Alright, I'm gonna go kill Belial a bit. If anybody wants to come kill Belial, you can join on me. What if we kissed at the altar of lies? Man, we don't even like Ring of Mendeln anymore. Alright. Belial. What's going on over here? Oh, Dark Sweetadel. Where's Belial? I want Blood Moon Breaches. I've done this before. Who's the boss for Blood Moon Breaches? Back it up on that stick. Blood Moon Breaches. Blood Moon Breaches. Duriel. And Indariel. And Duriel. And Indariel. Andariel also drops Tybalt's Will. Which, like, is relevant. Alright. Anybody else wants to come kill Belial for a bit? I got 15 little Belials to kill. And if you also been putting off farming Belial, now is the time. Do 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 do. Picking up something. Something. You need a club husband. Dearly beloved. Can you join? Of course you can. Exclamation point tag, and then you just request to join. Back it up, dipping into something. That stick. Hate being at work during stream. Easy. Just make streaming your work. Then you're always at work, and you're always streaming, and you don't get to enjoy video games anymore. The benefits speak for themselves. I like it. Oh, shit. I'm slamming these Fists of Fate. I'm slamming them. I don't care. I don't care anymore. I'm slamming them. If I get Grandfather on these Fists of Fate, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna be so mad. Back it up, baby, and do something. You need a club husband. Ooh, I like your outfit. This is cool. What is this top? I don't know. Sick. Hell yeah, brother.
Your efforts are for naught. I will drape this world in darkness.
Excuse me. No problem.
Why fight when surrendering is so much sweeter?
Am I going to wear these? Ugh. Ugh. Oh, why are we in Torment 3? Why are we in Torment 3? How long have I been in Torment 3? You guys come to Karagar? How long have I been in Torment 3? All right. You can rejoin on me. long have I been in Torment 3? I went to Torment 3 to test the Hand of Nas mages yesterday. Who fucking cares? Where'd you go? Grove, are you here? Did we lose you? I think we lost you. Well, if you're here, feel free to join up.
What is reality?
What is reality?
Only what I allow you to believe. Careful now.
Man, fighting him on Shadowblade sucks. Ugh. Technically fine. I mean, I'm slamming all of them. Who cares? There we go. I'm slamming every pair of pants I get from this man. Every pair? Every pair. Need more loot totems? I would love more loot totems. I would always love more loot totems.
Darkness. Reality is such a
4-star Doombringer? Hell yeah. Get grandfather on it. We can go back. And then we got a few more.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? My hammer sings on your return.
Yep. All right. Back in we go. Picking up off that stick. Matrimony. Go out time, but the booty late. If I hit it from the back, we're gonna need some walkie-talkies to communicate. Just a dude doing love, husband, bed on wind, something. You don't need the bump on me, Charlie. You need a club husband. You need a club husband. Dearly beloved husband. I don't have that many more. What is it? 10 more. 10 more kills. Hydrate? Thank you. Here we go.
Come, be crushed like the insects you are.
What's going on, Exodus? How do I know which runes are good or not? That's a great question. Yeah, be good, man. Thanks for coming up. You can slam them, but you can only slam them from the free slam that he offers you when you kill one of the lesser evils. But you can't use these sigils on them, correct? Whether you need a club husband.
Lovely to see you again.
Oh, thank God. There's some okay ones in here. Selling. God. Also, is there like... Does Barbarian use Doombringer anymore? Probably not.
Greetings.
That doesn't mean you
Shall I get
can't.
my hammer?
I guess I'm also saving soul brands with GA on potion count. Technically. Shadowblight build. I have an Air Perdition Sanctify with Mythic Execute based on dot. Is that playable? Is it playable? We don't apply damage over time to targets. We actually create areas which deal damage to targets over time if they're in them. The only dot that we actually apply to a target from the Necromancer is from Ebon Piercer bolts. So I wouldn't be surprised if that just doesn't work for us. But that might be very cool on a Blight build. That might be a thing that like takes a Blight build and makes it... Oh my God, I didn't salvage at all. Sorry. No mean gear for you. You can, like, you level up a character by doing Helltide. Just kill Duriel. Keep the gear on you. Go sanctify it. Put it onto another character. That's the play.
What's still got some good in it?
6 more? Sure. Noob! Dude. It'd be the ones closest to you. For real, for real. To show up on time, but the booty late.
How lovely to see you again.
And T-Pain's contemporary American art piece, Club Husband, released in 2025. He says, and I quote, "She show up on time, but the booty late." Booty's so fat that if I hit it from the back, we gonna need walkie-talkies to communicate. You have Doombringer with Ring of Starless Skies on it? Jesus. I'd just be using that. Not only is that just cool, it is strong. If I hit it from the back, we're gonna need some walkie-talkies to communicate. Just when I live for something. Maybe you need a club husband. You need a club husband. Dearly beloved husband. Do I plan on going to Wisconsin Fest? I would love to. I also found out that he's going to an event called Okeechobee in Florida, which my sister is going to. And I'm seriously considering like putting down the money to fly down to Florida to see T-Pain in Florida at Okeechobee. Maybe the Blight build could use that? The Blight build could use that, yeah. The Blight build wants to use Starless Skies, the item. So, you definitely could. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see why not. You need a club husband. Dearly beloved husband. Okeechobee rules. Nice. It sounds a bit expensive for my blood to fly down to it. Like, I would just be able to stay in their camp, but... Okeechobee does sound pretty good. Like, the acts that they have all sound pretty lit. Really, you need a club husband. I recently got my girlfriend to finally realize just, like, how good T-Pain was. Because she just didn't know. And she started listening to Club Husband after That's Just Tips being a massive, massive stim for me for a very long time. And she's like, wait a minute. Is T-Pain really good? I was like, T-Pain is very good. Loot totem payment? Hell yeah, brother. I was like, he is very good. If you're not into hip hop and you're instead into alt rock and emo during high school, you don't walk away being like a T-Pain fan. You know, but I got her. I got her. We got her. Don't worry. We got her. We gotta need some walkie-talkies to communicate. Just what I'm looking for, honey. What am I picking up over here? All right. Thank you, sir, for being a loot totem. T-Pain has a great voice. We were just talking about... You were here, weren't you? We were just talking about their War Pigs performance. Pain's just great. It's a little bit unfair, to be honest. Okay, and then up here, crit is important. I don't have crit, so boop. 49. All right, we'll go down the list, best to worst. And then for the rest of them, we'll just randomly slam. All right, to the mines. I don't need crit, I have Riz. Raven, Riz isn't a stat in the game. I just happen to have it in real life. Your tunic's name is Hearts Garrison. That's beautiful. Into metal and hip hop, so I guess okay, so here. Oh my God, we gotta talk about a list of songs by T-Pain you need to go listen to. So one, just to get him on your side, go listen to his rendition of War Pigs. It's a great little mini set that he does. It's still standing old school. That's charisma. Riz. Here's the problem. Riz isn't actually charisma. Riz is the subset synonym of game as it refers to being able to romantically interest another. Charisma is what you need for all interactions. I made a paladin. Awesome experience. Loved making build without following a guide. Went to rogue, followed a guide, and hated it. Okay. So this isn't quite a statement yet. This is just a data point. What did you hate about it? What, as a returning player, did you hate? And why is this a relevant data point? Because I'm interested to hear what you say. We haven't said anything yet. So go listen to the War Pigs, T-Pain set. Then go listen to... What's the best way to onboard T-Pain? Okay. I'm gonna make a song list for you. I can transform, yeah. Choose, you got it, bash, you got it. She got it. Honey, you got it. I can transform, yeah. Anything you want, I can get it for you. Tunes on the radio, I start everything like an Eskimo. Anywhere you wanna go. T-Pain onboarding song list. So it goes War Pigs. Then it goes Buy You a Drink. Buy You a Drink is really important because Buy You a Drink is emblematic of T-Pain's primary career when he first enters into hip hop, as far as once he's big and popular. Buy You a Drink. Then I recommend That's Just Tips. Then I recommend Transform Ya. This is, which sucks, but this is going to be with Chris Brown and Lil Wayne. A really important thing to recognize about T-Pain is that a large portion of his most popular time was spent in collaboration with other artists. So like Lil Wayne, and then working with like the greater collective around DJ Khaled. Then I really like Goat Talk. This also has Lil Wayne in it. I'm on a boat, unironically. This is with Lonely Island. The reason why I'm on a boat is so good is because a lot of what T-Pain brings to the table was being a black nerd early on when that wasn't very popular. He also like starred on an episode of Aqua Teen Hunger Force, to give you an example. He used to have a Moonanite medallion that he would wear. Then I'm gonna say Club Husband, because that's what I've been singing. It's a really good song. I'm So Hood. This is where T-Pain is just, this is DJ Khaled and Collective. You would just add T-Pain to your song to do the hook to just win. Similar songs, All I Do Is Win. Another great one. But what are like T-Pain songs that are very good? Hold on. Okay, so if you don't like Buy You a Drink, there's 3 that are all the same. Buy You a Drink, which is Buy You a Drink, sorry. This is Buy You a Drink, or Bartender. I'm at the bartender. Ooh, if you're looking for me, I'm at the bar with her. Okay. Buy You a Drink, Bartender, and I'm Sprung are all the same song. These are all the same song. There's also I'm in Love with a Stripper. All 4 of these songs are actually the same song. Although I'm in Love with a Stripper was a joke song about one of his friends. Oh, actually, before you listen to these, actually, you need to listen to Church. And then what was that? What was this other song with Chris Brown? You want that lovey-dovey kiss, 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 kiss my, she fantasizes to get with me. You're hating on me, kiss, 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 kiss. It's called Kiss, Kiss. So here we go. Okay. The thing that sucks about Kiss, Kiss is that this is also with Chris Brown. Chris Brown sucks. I don't care that Rihanna has accepted his apology. That doesn't mean I have to like him. And oh, what's his song with? I mean, it also has Chris Brown in it. T-Pain and Shawty Get Loose. Here we go. Shawty Get Loose, which is Chris Brown. Well, it's actually Lil Mama's song that he's featured on, just to give proper credit. So, this is the list of songs that you should go listen to from T-Pain to Onboard, from a metalhead to somebody who understands T-Pain. Actually a good song. Actually a good song. This is to give you a vibe. Amazing song. One of my favorite songs. Maybe my favorite song. Give you a vibe for his nerdiness. This is his current song. This was a really good collab. This is where he just was put onto. There was a time during the early aughts where T-Pain and Lil Wayne were just put onto every single song because they were the it men. So there you go. It's a T-Pain list. Do you have a blight build I can look at? I do. It's on maxroll.gg. Okay. Let's make some pants.
Fair travels.
Let's make some pants. Ba-doop, boop, ba-doop, boop.
More there than a
I'm at the bartender. Ooh, if you're looking for me. I'm at the bar with the okay. So this is, I have to beat cooldown reduction. Bam. Item quality does not beat cooldown reduction. Next pair. Add a socket.
I'll see you again.
Master work it. Is it worth it? Let me work it. I put my thing down, flip it and reverse it. It's sure flipping nipper flant. Yeah, come on. His cover album's very good. New legendary power. What a pock. Huh. This isn't bad. Anything you want, I could get it for you. Who's on the radio? Ready to go? Iced out everything, frigid like an Eskimo. You wanna go? You send me in Italy, you be in Tokyo. Much you need, you can have that. My black card, they don't decline that. Just send me in your morning, I can transform you. I can transform you. I can transform you, it doesn't have T-Pain in it. Oh, thank God I didn't put that song on here. I did! Fuck! Damn it! Oh no! He's not on Transform, yeah. It's just Lil Wayne and Chris Brown with Swizz Beats. Do I care about this? I don't. Who the fuck? Who cares? Moving on. I'm gonna have you swag surfing.
There's a good one.
New affix, maximum life. That's fun. What you need, you can have that. My black card, they don't decline that.
Some solid bits here.
New affix added. Percent intelligence. Huh. I don't think that's stronger than cooldown reduction. But if I could get my cooldown reduction somewhere else, it is. And as such, I must keep these forever. Technically more damage.
Some solid bits here.
New affix added. Shadow damage. Ooh, buddy. Shadow damage is good. Okay. We have gotten a single best in slot outcome. Nice. The 4% decrease and 50. So it's a 4.8. Yes, this is more. So if I don't need the cooldown reduction, the shadow damage is the most that we can get. Okay. We technically have a new best in slot outcome. Nice. I started a thing to me looking out. You wanna go?
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? More there than I thought.
Nice. Get it, Exodus. Affix replaced? Oh, right. That can happen in non-GAs. Well.
There's a good one.
New legendary power. Days. What the? What? Why does this aspect still exist? Your daze effects last longer, and if you daze somebody, you move faster. Isn't that fun, kids? Jeez. Sorry. I continue to make sure, fan. Trade your soul for a GA crit chance. Excuse me.
Business, good business. I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Luckily, the build has like a lot of redundancy on crit between air perdition, these ability to have it on your gloves and rings, and other stuff. Quality.
More there than I thought. I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
All stats. All stats pretty good. Not good enough, but pretty good. Here, I can add sockets to all of the non-GA ones because that just costs peasant money.
Akarat's blessing on that one.
Some solid bits here.
New affix, shadow damage. That's fun.
More there than I thought. The hammer sings on your return.
GA.
There's a good one.
GA.
Some solid bits here.
New affix, gem strength. Gem strength is fun. Not good, but it's fun.
More there than I thought. There's a good one.
Item quality. Here we go. So now we know they're getting like worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. So I can start feeling bad about them.
Some solid bits here.
Grandfather with gem strength. Item quality.
More there than I thought.
I feel like people get gem strength on grandfather a lot. Greater affix. I can transform you. Anything you want, I can get it for you.
There's a good one.
New affix, total armor. That's cool.
Yes, yes, I have wares.
I can afford to just do this. Look at this. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this dude can afford to socket his gear.
Some solid bits here. Use it well.
200 intelligence. Not good enough, but that is cool.
Some solid bits here.
Upgraded affix. Upgraded affix.
There's a good one.
Item quality. I'm starting to think it's pretty rare to get grandfather. What What do you guys think? Do you think it's kind of rare to get grandfather? I think it's... I'm coming up against it. I think it's a little bit rare.
More there than I thought.
I'm starting to think. I'm starting to have some opinions.
There's a good one.
Cooldown reduction is a cool affix.
Some steel you
And remember, these are cool outcomes.
solid bits here.
They're just no longer relevant for me cool outcomes. And that's not a crime. New legendary power. When you cast a skill, you heal. Am I right? Gem strength. All right. Eat them. Num 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 num. Bang. Nice. Got back 4K Obdicite. Huge. I was almost running out. Which character I'm on? Character specific gear. Does it matter what character you're on when you are sanctifying? Yes, because if you get a class specific aspect, it won't work for the other character.
Beautiful and handy.
See some steel you need? There's a good one. More there than I thought.
How long have I been muted? That's interesting. Oh, I was chomping ice. If I'm on Barb and I sanctify Paladin gear, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that anybody has this info. My best guess is that it tries to sanctify from the character, so you are likely to get outcomes that are not valuable for the class that the gear wants it to be, I assume. That's my best guess.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? Some solid bits here.
But no, there isn't like a... It's not like go roll mythics on your rogue because they have less options kind of scenario.
One. More there than I thought.
I can heavy swag surfing.
Some solid bits here.
This one can be attack speed. Yeah.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Cooldown reduction. Cool pants. Cool pants.
More there than I thought.
Just not cool for me. Shadow damage. Remember when Tybalt's was like the it pants? You just had to fit Tybalt's onto your build? Remember when 20% damage was like a thing that was desirable? Dodge chance, cool.
A forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? Some solid bits here.
I would like to get a different outcome than the one I got. I've gotten this singular outcome 5 times on this slot. Ba, 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 da, 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 ba, da, da, da.
More there than I thought.
At least this hits crit chance like often. Very, very interesting. New legendary power. While not healthy, I become immune. Sorry. Sorry. Sorry.
Some solid bits here. Use it well.
Replaced resource with percentage intellect.
Here's a good one.
Max life. If I hit on these like 12%, I'm gonna be upsetty spaghetti.
There than I thought.
I'm gonna do it like just in case. But I'm gonna be pretty upsetty spaghetti.
Here's a good one.
Think this is the worst seasonal mechanic they've ever done? Yeah, I think that's a pretty hot take.
Here's what's left. The hammer sings on your
I
return.
would agree. Okay, so that was all my pants. All my pants are gone. I'm gonna do soul brands. I'm gonna roll Soulbrand. And we're gonna see. I'm gonna roll Soulbrands.
I hope you appreciate that.
Because technically speaking, this could outperform with Imbiber
Solid bits here.
and give you a way to actually drink potions. Shadow, thank you for the follow. Technically speaking, this does offer an avenue. Oh my god, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't. I don't want to do the math. 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 I don't want to do the... Oh, thank God. But it was a 4 GA soul brand. God damn it. Oof. Oh. Oof. I feel better. I feel better. I feel better. I feel better. First time ever playing a game like this. Been on it for a while. Have Necro with a bunch of toughness on TT struggling to do damage. Yet haven't really buffed armor much. Feels me trying to play a summon class and struggle through pits and nightmare dungeons. Okay. Have you checked out our build guide? And do you have gear that's like comparable to what's available in the build guide? Because, so basically, if you're playing the build effectively, like following the skill rotation, and you have the base gear that's recommended, you really shouldn't be struggling in T4 unless you haven't like found, or T3, unless you haven't found like the uniques that are recommended yet. Also, thank you for the stretch. As a way to get more powerful is to hit or miss. Well, sanctification always makes you more powerful the first time, right? It has incredibly diminished returns on continuing to make you powerful. But that was already true of regular itemization. So I find it difficult to dislike a thing that allows us to further expand itemization. Physical damage. Oh, actually, I'm going to add this to the... I'm going to add this to the pile of things. The 4 GAs I randomly slammed and got nothing. Maximum life.
More there than I thought. Some solid bits here. I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Item quality. All right, cool. All right, the soul brands have been consumed, and I feel better. Now, I don't want to do amulets. I just don't want to. I'm just not going to do them. I don't want to. Rings, on the other hand, though. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, my little ring boys. My boys that are rings. My ring boys, as some people call them. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. Little rings. They call them little rings, where I come from. That's a ring. That's a ring. That is very much a ring. That is a ring. Legally speaking, these are all rings. That is a ring. That's technically a ring. This is technically a ring. I'm a control freak. Makes sense. Makes absolute sense. It's also valid to feel the way that we do. But when we try to, like when we seek to determine a value of a thing, that's where I get very pedantic. Where it's like, I don't personally, and I use this example all the time. I don't personally like chocolate ice cream. I think chocolate ice cream tastes like horse. I'm going to end what I was saying there. I think it tastes bad. And I don't understand why people like it. But I don't think it's bad that it tastes bad. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that it is of no value because I believe that it tastes bad. Hundreds of hordes and haven't seen a single goblin wave, and I've done hundreds of sanctuary and haven't seen any of the decent mythic effects. So that's not actually having bad luck, visitor, right? That's actually not what bad luck means. You shouldn't expect to get a good mythic sanctification in hundreds. You should expect to get one in thousands. And I also haven't seen a goblin wave, but I've only done like 10 infernal hordes. I will say, if you are doing hundreds of infernal hordes, that is a waste of time. It's actually, there isn't a thing that hordes is the best at providing for you that is worth doing hundreds of them. And if each one takes like 10 minutes, that does mean that you've done like thousands of minutes. Which, even if you've only done 1,000 of minutes, that is 16 hours. And if you spent more than 16 hours doing, if you spend more than 16 hours doing hordes in this season, I will recommend doing something else. But that is not actually, in fact, bad RNG. That's actually like right around the expected RNG of outcomes. Hundreds since they added goblin waves in the last season. Like since hordes have been added. Because I'm not sure that's particularly valuable to take a total set of all time something has been done over seasons and use that in the same conversation where we're talking about a thing which has only been in this season. Or rather, I'm not exactly sure what the value of doing so is. Since last season, you haven't seen a Goblin one. Yeah, that's on the lower end. I find you should technically sanctify everything to see if you get a powerful effect. That is true, except for when you need stats on that gear piece for optimal outcomes. And you already have that gear, that stat on that gear, and you don't have other gear that you can replace it with. Just started following your vids and guides, trying to replicate your build. I've def come across the gear for the build, but would have gave it to the blacksmith like a noob, not knowing any better. Got my first mythic recently, played on Eternal. Seems odd that most of the build sacrifice minions summons, considering it seems to be the point of a necro class. Okay, which build are you trying to play, Shadow? Like, if you were to tell me what is the skill that's meant to do damage, which build are we playing?
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you? Bright aura. Brighter soul.
I would like to replace this ring. Yes, I would. Yes, I. Okay.
More there than I thought.
Okay, and that means sacrificial.
Sublime.
All right, baby. First one. World boss in 2 minutes. Did I already miss it? I'll kill a Shava. You think I won't? I'll kill a Shava right now. Found a bunch of stuff, plus 2 mother's embraces. Hell yeah, brother. Going for like an Eternals look? Perfect timing. Thanks. Yeah, Lucky slamming your whole stash for upgrades. I have. I've gotten 2 or 3 incremental upgrades. Got +3 to all skills. That's pretty nice. Got conceited aspect. I mean, conceited aspect is sick. Okay. Hit him. Affix replaced, baby. First one dead. All right, what's our next one? Ah! All right. This one is also seeking to replace that, yeah. Oof, cooldown reduction is nice, but I do need attack speed. Just impossible to get it, is that? How hard is it to get attack speed on an item? How hard is it to get attack speed on an item? How hard is it to get attack speed on an item?
Keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Just summoning in general, so raising mages, golems that are no real passive stands out. Would have thought that some of the passives would just add multipliers to damage that minions do. I guess Horde of Minions doing uber damage improve that, right? Amulets and rings, crit, strike, minion damage. So there isn't actually a good minion build that uses all of your minions simultaneously. You can either go with the triple golem build or the mages build. You really shouldn't be using them all together because they're effectively different skills and you can't scale more than one skill's damage in Diablo 4. Sadly. Is this just better than this anyways? Yes? It is? All right. We'll try it out. More life, more int, a little bit less attack speed, but we get the lucky hit chance over the vulnerable. And we get the restore, which we need for Cax efficiency. Yeah, that would be my recommendation, Shadow. The fact that it tastes bad does not affect you either. You know, people do think it tastes good, though. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I wouldn't say that chocolate is, like, chocolate ice cream is of low value. Exactly. What would you say the realistic odds of getting a mythic sanctification? Like 1 in 1,000. But it doesn't, so how somebody engages with the thing has nothing to do with the odds of it occurring. The odds are the odds no matter what. The number of instances you will see is dependent on your rate of performing the action over an average expected outcome. Thanks, Shadow. And Kami, thank you very much for the follow. Can you still get the prankster keys? Yeah, those have nothing to do. The goblin event just adds more goblins to the world. Those sigils exist in the game. You had them before, like people had them before the event starts. But I want to use kind of how you phrase that, Razorak, as a jumping off point. This also kind of touches on Visitor's point. We personalize RNG. We kind of personify it. We treat it as like a person or a thing that happens to us. And then we believe that that informs the world in a very weird way. You know, truck over on YouTube, we kind of have this back and forth a lot. There is this idea that if you engage with the game more or less, this changes the odds or the expectation of a thing happening, which is not true. RNG is RNG. It has nothing to do with like time played or efficiency or anything like that, which is very different than an expectation of seeing an outcome and believing that an outcome should occur at a greater rate than it does, or than it should be expected to. Which I believe is like a fundamental misunderstanding of what RNG means. You know what? I'm going to move even further. That is a fundamental misunderstanding of what RNG means, which is different than the critique of how rare should things be in a season and how valuable is it to be more or less rare for people, which is kind of like a big conversation, but it also gets into this idea that like, I don't actually respect the concept of FOMO. And that is a very strong bias that I have. How often will it occur? Yeah, so like the rate. The average expected rate is like 1 in 1,000 outcomes. You know, I have now slammed, if I'm trying to get to like a good number, I have probably only slammed like 700 items. And I have seen 3 mythic outcomes in total. So if I were to take, and I haven't seen the mythic outcome that I want, which is different than just seeing a mythic outcome. It's not actually any more or less likely to happen, but the data points of the one not being you want is like a personal experience of them. But to paint a more realistic expectation, like 1 in 1,000, you might see the one that you want. I'm playing Shadowblight Necro the whole season, but I'm struggling at 105. Do you have some tips? Do I have some tips? Hard to give tips. Don't really have any context for where you're at. Get better gear. Not to be a dick, but like, can you give me an idea of like how much progression you've made? Like, do you have all the mythics? Do you have good sanctifies on the gear that you have? Are you actually at the attack speed cap? Are you actually at the crit cap? Are you using all ancestral gear? Do you have the rune words that you need? Have you leveled up your glyphs? Because right now my build for me is stuck a little bit around like pit tier 110. Because like 1, I'm bad at playing the game. And 2, I have like 1 more glyph to level up. In 3, none of my gear has like exceptionally good sanctifies. But that doesn't actually get you to 10 more pit tiers, which is where Shadowblight will end up. But it is difficult to give like formless tips in this context.
Are your hands clean? Look, but don't touch.
Gringo Stew, thank you very much for the follow. What are attack speed and crit caps? So what are they? These are 2 like very big concepts. If you haven't, you seem like a prime candidate for a video that I put out recently. I would highly, highly, highly recommend watching it. It's called Don't Make Me These Mistakes, Maximize Your Damage. And for you, I would highly recommend going to...
You get 3. You get
the timestamp labeled... Do I not have an attack speed timestamp? Oh, weird. Hold on.
to have similar attack speed and anime. 3 things you understand. What are the TLD? Should understand. I'm going to link to I because poor people like Averilian have been doing this in the game on the max roll.
2427 is the timestamp that you want. I have to go add that. Save. But
Damage reduction.
you can only reach 100% chance to crit. At that point, you will crit all the time. And attack speed, you can get all the way up to 200% attack speed. There are 2 different pools of attack speed that you can get. Basically, attack speed on gear in your Paragon. And then the other one is like attack speed that you get from effects. And this can all add up to 200%. Have all mythics, max attack speed, max crit. Does 4 to 5 glyph levels make a huge difference? Does it make a huge difference? No, it does not. But the idea of not having maxed your glyphs and trying to push is kind of a little antithetical, right? You're not pushing until you are at maximum power. And where you are in pushing is different based off of like the total power of your gear. But like, you know, do you have GA tempers on all of your gear? Do you have good greater affixes on the gear that you have? There's a lot that goes into why one build is stronger than another one. Like here's what I'm gonna do. Actually, this might be like super valuable for you. I'm gonna very slowly hover all of my gear. And then you can use that as a comparison point to figure out if your gear is good or bad. Because my gear is pretty good. It's pretty good. It's not great, but it's pretty good. Would you take gloves with attack speed on... So Blight doesn't do damage via the Blight skill, Exodus. It does damage strictly through Ebb and Pierce, so you don't care about the Blight skill at all. In fact, you only want to put 1 point in the Blight skill. That's how little damage it does. But this is just to give you an idea of like the gear that you can be comparing your gear against. Kami. Also, where did music go? That's my Era Perdition. This is my Shroud of False Death. So I'll just name the sanctifications on them. This says Heart and Bones damage reduction. This has Gem Strength, prioritizing all stats. This has Item Quality, pretty low, but I'm prioritizing attack speed. This has cooldown reduction. This has... What do you have? This has all stats. This has Item Quality. The 2 passive amulet, 2 good passives. This has accelerating for attack speed. This has a garbage sanctification. And this has item quality. And I can go do pit tier 110 on the build. And I'm at Paragon 266 with level 100 glyphs.
The wonders of sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
Oh, you know what? This could replace this ring. Technically a bad ring at this point. Yeah, let's do it that way. Getting attack speed sucks. No problem, coming. Oh no. I skipped over 9.5. Increased attack speed. Realize y'all can't see that. Rolling attack speed sucks so bad. And it really shouldn't. It is such a commonly valuable stat on this piece of gear. Why do we have individual resistances on gear? At ancestral level. All right, give up. Do you max life for armor as incense? That doesn't really matter so much. Oh, you want maximum life. It's actually not even close. The comparison between the two. Now that I think about it. Need to figure out your toughness on Golem. You're getting clapped. Well, you're gonna. They, you have less damage reduction from standalone. That's gonna happen on a big job like this. There we go. We're masterworking this for attack speed. Yeah, we're masterworking this for attack speed. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yeah, we are. Okay. Slam it. Item quality increase. Ah. More attack speed, less cooldown reduction, more damage. More damage. It is more damage. So much less cooldown reduction. What the hell? Arbiter just said no and I died. Oh, you have to dodge that attack. You just gotta. What up, Thomas? We're going well. We've gotten some incremental upgrades. It's so nothing. Yeah, it's really nothing. I'm really being bamboozled by the increase in maximum life here. All right, back to what I was doing. Ring by ring. This one, maximum life. Yeah. So if this is going to be cooldown attack speed, maximum life int, then we're comparing against this one. Maybe I just want to replace this one, though. I would love to take more cooldown reduction. That would help me a lot, actually. What just happened? Yeah, that's kind of huge. So I'm looking to replace this one, actually. I wanted the lucky hit chance. But I do think that cooldown would be better. Yeah, okay. So then this is the resource one. Oh yeah, brother. Perfect maximum life roll. Nice. And then this one is sacrificial. Slam it. Come on, baby. Give me a good one. Legendary power. Grandfather! Ah! Oh, hell yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, that makes it all so worth it. Oh, holy cannoli. Oh, let's fucking go. Let's go, baby. Ah. Oh, it's on a good ring, too. Oh, it's on a good ring, baby. I'm taking off the blanket. It's too hot now. It's on a good ring, too, baby. Let's fucking go. Sanctification is the single greatest thing ever added to Diablo 4. Nothing else is even coming close, baby. Oh, wow, I am lightheaded. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, I think that'll do it. Oh, and it sucks so bad because I'm not even going to be able to compete. Oh, it doesn't matter. Papa got the goddamn grandfather. All right, cool. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh. Oh. Oh, baby, let's go! Oh, yeah. Hey, it's a pretty cool system. Oh. No, it's on a good item. Oh, it's not on a 12% Tybalt's. Yeah, that's a short right there, baby. Am I running Grandfather as a sword? No. Grandfather as a sword is a sadly a pretty bad option for the Necromancer. Oh, go ahead and favorite that, I think. I think we'll be favoriting that if I had a guess. Oh. Oh my god, it's so much better than I thought it would. I didn't know it would feel this good. Oh. Would it be improved by having two of them? It would not. Oh. Oh. That's good. That's good. That's gonna do it for your boy right there. Okay. Now, another. Although this does help us kind of get down to what rings are actually good and which ones are not. Okay. Holy cannoli. Boys. Boys, round of applause. Round of applause for this RNG. Shoutouts. Shoutouts to the devs. Devs, I see the light. Don't remove mythics. They're only strictly good. Oh my god. Oh man. Oh boy, wowie. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Okay. That one's good. It's a good outcome. Let's not go crazy. This one, am I doing shadow damage here? Yeah, I am. That's not what I said. This one, we're doing shadow damage. Are we? I'm siphoning off your luck. I mean, I'm trying to. If you would stop telling everybody. Now, here's the problem. Our window for good outcomes has vastly decreased now. Because that means I can't get those on boots and get an upgrade. Well, I technically can, right? I actually need to hold on to my old ring in case I get this slam somewhere else. That's the thing that I think kind of sucks. Hey, can we... Look, I can do this all day. 165 more times. I actually have to hold on to this ring. I need to hit the crit chance because I'm gonna roll the crit chance to attack speed. Excuse me. Perfect attack speed roll. And this one is my damned aspect. Imprinting the item will... What? What? Okay. Back to back. We go back to back. Back to back good outcomes. Come on, baby. Show me the money, starless. Rip. Well, can't have it all. What are you? Attack speed, so we need cooldown reduction here. These are damned and shadow outcomes. And I want it on the attack speed, probably.
Some solid bits here.
There you go. Time to roll cooldown reduction on a ring. Ha ha ha. That's fun. Got in a 1. So it says 10:01. $10:08.
That's good enough.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you? Masterful work.
Oh, please, game. Oh, do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Make me a grandfather.
Welcome to my home away from
Shit! It's not. All right. So you see how RNG is weird? You see how RNG is weird? That's good. It's not what I want. Like, it's not what I want. Like, it's not what I want. It's not what I want. But it is incredibly good. Back to back, baby. You just had to go back to back. Hold on, let me just take a quick little screen cap of that. Just a quick little... Just a little screen cap, little back to back. Just a little back to back. Just a little back to back. Oh, buddy. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Huh. Now, is that better than my ring, though? Let's compare. More intelligence, more maximum life, more attack speed, a little bit less cooldown reduction. But this one says Doombringer. This one says Doombringer. Alrighty. And there we go. And we go ahead and we just, go ahead and hold on to these. And go ahead and unsocket these. We're gonna wanna put those in a different piece of gear. Oh. Holy matrimony. There we go. That one's pretty good. It's a pretty good one. Of the ones, that one's pretty good. But it's not great. But it is nice to get 20% damage reduction and a little bit more damage procs. I got sword fingers! Oh, chat said I got sword fingers. You're so right. I got Doombringer Granddaddy sword fingers. I got sword fingers. Is so good. Oh, damn. Oof. Oh. Doombringer ring. Now, am I rolling these other ones? I should. Yeah, why not? I mean, we're already don't. We're hitting sword rings. I guess we're replacing this one. Yeah. Yeah, we're replacing Doombringer. Yeah, it sucks, but that is true. Oh, damn, Oz was here. I didn't mean to slap that in your face. I realize you're here. Where can you see my Shadowblight guide? I'm just excited. There's only so many people who who can understand why. All right, you are still here. All right, I feel less bad. Short upon time, but the booty late. Hup, hup. Although that being said, grandfather not on your boots is pretty suboptimal. Imagine getting grandfather and it's like about 30% suboptimal. Buddy. Game, I don't think you get it. I can't not get GA tempers here. I have Doombringer on a ring. You know what I need to do to outperform that? Hello? What did I piss off? There we... Jesus Christ, dude. Don't ever do that to me ever again. Oh no! Dude, it sucks so bad when you roll over the outcome you wanted. I'll just go slower, Mac. You have to click 3 times in rapid succession to be efficient. Leave me alone. Ugh. Same outcome. So no head. I give up. I don't care. I need to put damned on this one. New affix, all stats. It's actually not bad. What were my other rings so I know what I'm replacing if I'm replacing them? And my other one was this one. Am I rolling these other things? I can't. I can't do it. I can't sit here and do it. All right. All right. Okay. Pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, let's go run a pet. Hey, everybody, real quick. Just real quick. Just everybody real quick. If I walk into this pit and I die immediately, don't laugh at me. Okay? Don't laugh at me. Leave me alone. Alright? Don't do it. What up, Boiler? Boiler. Boiler, remember how I said I'm going to slam everything in my stash as a one last go? Remember when I said that? There we go. Hell yeah, brother. All right, nobody make fun of me as I die in this pit tier 110, okay? Nobody make fun of me. Doombringer is effective on this build because we are a lucky hit build that does shadow damage and seeks to proc shadow damage, so that's actually pretty chill. Oh, right, I have new boots. Huh. I forgot about the new boots.
Your reality is a dream. I've come to wake you.
Oh, I should probably... Oh, I can't. This is my first time playing without the lucky hit proc and without with restore resource. Are these guys unkillable? Do you just are you physically you can't die? That's pretty cool. Oh, does Doombringer do AoE damage? Doombringer might do AoE. Does Doombringer do AoE damage? What if, and hear me out here, we had less on-ground effects? What are you, some kind of communist? What are you, anti-American? Oh, I'm doing too many damage instances. That's what's happening. Weird flex, but accurate. Anarcho-communist? I can't get behind anarchism, but I get it. I think the best case scenario Utopia will get to is socialism. I spent a lot of this weekend actually in a discussion trying to figure out, is there a way to make non-exploitative capitalism? And the answer is just no. You know, I haven't dealt too much in like actually working through left theory as opposed to just kind of feeling things about stuff. Actually, what you get to, if you try to get to non-exploitative capitalism, what you get to is the New Deal. And I keep having that realization. I'm just like, man, I wish we could just do like another New Deal every 30 years. That'd be pretty chill. Anti-American as a Dane, the answer will be yes. God damn. Danes over here not being pro-America. Back in my day. Okay. There might be a pack here. Oh. I still generally dislike Blood Begets Blood. Can I be honest for a moment? Flores, I don't know why I'm sitting here fighting this. Are people more likely to be exploitative in a capitalist than a socialist? So, I mean, there's a lot of things to go there. There is also whether or not you believe you can truly get to a place where labor is not exploitative. And we have to start defining what exploitative means when all base needs and base desires are met. Exploitation comes down to the fact that inherently there is some work which takes more of a toll physically than others. And while somebody can be fulfilled in doing that, there is just the idea of sacrifice. The idea of producing excess to create a safety net does mean that excess must be, so profit or excess must be extracted from something. You cannot extract profit from nothing. And it's whether or not you consider that to be exploitative of the workforce. But the long and short is that socialism is actually just the middle ground between capitalist society and a communist society. As you transition to post-scarcity. You can only transition to post-scarcity if people are willing to stop manufacturing inorganic scarcity, which is the issue of capitalism. For capitalism to proliferate, it must continue to create a scarcity even when scarcity does not exist. That is like an additional point of the exploitation of capitalism. And it's whether or not you are morally okay or against the idea of exploitation as a means of generating the resources required for society to exist. So all of those are like big questions that would need to be answered. You talk about, are you more likely to be exploited? So there's an additional portion to this criteria, or there's an additional question to be asked here, which is that what do we mean by where are you more likely to be exploited? In socialism as well as in capitalism, you are equally likely to be exploited. The difference is base quality of life and base availability of resources to meet need. So to perform labor where you generate profit or an excess is almost inherently exploitative, but it's whether or not it is like malicious exploitation. That is like another thing to consider. Because if there is no malicious exploitation, we get to move to a different definition of what we mean here to be able to speak more eloquently and effectively, to like better define the thing that we're talking about, basically. Hello, Madams. I love you too. Madams, I got very good things. They call me sword fingers now. No, I got swords with fingers on them. Or fingers with swords on them. Nobody's quite sure. Thank you. Hell yeah, brother. But that's only because, quite literally, socialism as like a structure is actually just that transition point. Now, it's whether or not under communism, and whether or not you think you should get to communism, which I'm not exactly sure where I land there. It's whether or not in communism you continue to have exploitation is like another really important question, because it's like, is exploitation merely part of society? And I think that there is a better and a worse exploitation. And that's also like a very personal definition of things, and whether or not you believe it. There's also not like a unified concept of like what is the post-capitalist experience. And I have not read, and I have not learned about like non-white interpretations of leftism and like structure for society. So I have a pretty big blind spot there that I'd like to actually resolve pretty soon. Capitalism has done more. Yeah, so that person is not wrong. And again, I am not well read, so keep that in mind. I'm not well read. I do not believe that there are people talking about society that think that you can get to utopia without capitalism. Capitalism is an incredibly efficient system for extracting resources and generating product and generating labor. The issue with capitalism is an issue that I see with capitalism is in how we see it play out. So not in a hypothetical sense, but how we see it play out. The employer is continuously seeking to minimize the commensurate compensation of the laborer. This is not true in all places where private business exists, but it is true in the vast majority. That is why we all as workers tend to have very similar gripes with being workers, at least here in the United States, which is the only thing I can really talk about because that's the only place I've been a laborer. And has there ever been a country which has had communism? I am not a scholar on this topic. The major thing to consider is that going by Karl Marx, Marxism, the idea of how to obtain communism via the teachings of Marx, no one has attempted to do that thing, and some of them have also called themselves communists. So when we have the type of conversation which is like, has there ever been communism without a dictatorship? This actually answers like a really important question, which goes, how do you stop the usurping of communism when capitalism has the resources, the power, and the desire to continue? You need to have a big enough stick. What is that stick? That's actually the thing that I can't wrap my head around, which is, what is the stick that stops the people from being exploitative? So the issue with just saying China there is that China does not see itself as a communist nation, I don't believe. It is like, they are calling themselves socialists, if I'm not mistaken. But a really important thing to point out is that capitalism isn't a government. A governing body is not capitalist. A governing body is defined by how it governs and its economic structure and how it engages on the the world scale, and how it does trade can be capitalistic.
What about Leninism? I don't know jack shit. So here's my major issue when you talk about communism. One, again, I don't even know that that's exactly what I think the world should look like. And two, the moment that you get away from Marx, you start having, you have to know too many old Russian white dudes and also Chinese people and also how people have interpreted them to be able to talk about the differences. I don't know those numbers. I don't know those things. Like Marxist, Leninist, Maoist doctrine, I don't know these answers. I just know that I experienced harm inside of a capitalist society for the purposes of being able to have availability of resources which I require and the potential to be able to work and produce labor in the way that I want. All right. So a thing where we were like, kind of like, I think I can go do it and it's not really working. Now just cleared with 4 minutes to spare. Yeah. But capitalism has brought to the most people the most money. It disproportionately brings money and it disproportionately exploits. And I do not believe that it properly incentivizes and rewards good people to do good with it. That's my major issue. Random shrine on every twice. I would love that. Yeah. Okay. I just realized I have been sitting down for 6 hours without a break. So I'm going to stand up. I'm going to stand up. I'm going to leave my grandfather on the screen. That's a... Dude, rings are pretty. I'm going to stand up. I'm going to... Oh, I'll run an ad now. I'm going to go grab a little food. Crazy. And water, which I haven't gotten this entire time. And then we're going to think about, do I have any other gear that I can slam? Thank you for the likes on the YouTube stream, by the way. Are you jealous of this ring or are you jealous of this ring? Because they're both pretty good rings. I'm more jealous of this ring because I think this is like roughly equivalent to the offensive aspect that you would get, and I would rather have this on my boots. But what can you do? All right, I'll be right back. You need a glove.
Okay. I realized I hadn't eaten since breakfast. It was now 7 p.m. my time. Now, I could blow everything I have to try to get a good amulet. The Foo Fighters have a horror movie coming out? Was this real? Let's see what pit tier I can currently run. Can I do 115? I can't even try. Hello? What was that? Why do I feel like I'm not doing damage to you all? What are you? Sometimes it just feels like you stop doing damage. I don't know what causes it. Like, those monsters just stop taking damage from me. And this is something that used to happen with, like, the extra health monsters a lot. Yeah, something is happening. Oh no, I'm lagging. No, it's even on non-elites. It's just like some monsters just kind of stop taking damage at a certain point. And there's no other way to really explain it. I'm sorry, how many trillions of damage was that? Did I just say 7 trillion? Or like 5 trillion?
Quite the challenge.
Damn, dog. Woody with the big raid. Yo, what it do, homie? Is this the first time I'm still streaming when Woody's done? Even though he's 6 hours ahead of me? Absolute madman. Thank you very much for the raid, boo-boo. Appreciate you. Hello, everybody. My name is MacroBioBoi. You may know me as Sword Fingers. We just back-to-back on 2 different sanctifications got Grandfather on a best-in-slot ring and then got Doombringer on a best-in-slot ring on a build that actually wants Doombringer. Which is pretty cool. And now I'm trying to see where the build tops out at. Previously, we were at 110. Right now, this is a 114. And hoping we can top out a little bit higher than we were previously. I do think I'm like clearing a bit slow. I keep experiencing, I'm experiencing lag now. I'm doing too many damage instances too quickly, but also like, see that? That ain't great. What it do, Jack? How you doing, hand sanitizer? Thank you very much. Obviously, hey, if you haven't seen my good friend Woody Joe, as the kids like to call him, highly recommend checking him out. Oddly enough, good at video games. But we are finally seeing trillions of DPS on the build. Feels good. Now, I do still think I need like a good boss. I would like some minions on the boss, please. But thank you very much, everybody. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Cody Core, thank you very much for the follow as well. Welcome in, you beautiful individuals. Oh, the lag is real. I didn't know this build had like an upper limit for pulls. I didn't know we were still experiencing this, to be honest with you. Maybe the packs I'm pulling are too big. I do think this pack clears it for me. But see, like, am I doing damage? Am I hurting these people? Please pop. Again, I don't know if you know this, but monsters do need to die eventually. Jesus Christ. Wooden Joseph? Of course, my apologies. Alright, I don't know how much time I need to kill a boss. I'm definitely not casting Blight enough. I think I need to get here with like another minute. At least. At least on somebody like Slither. We'll see. Necro this season, big L? Necro has always been a big L. It's relative clear in the pit. Doesn't really change, like, the playability or how the class feels. But, like, sincerely. Just real quick. Other than big PP, number on pit doesn't have, like, a material value. And leaderboards are per class. So I'm not super concerned with whether or not another class does more than me. That logically follows that the only thing that matters is the class which does the most, and if you don't like that class, then, like, suffer as a second-class citizen, and that's just, like, not actually the game experience, right? It's just the number on the pit. But the Necro has always been the worst class. It hasn't secretly become a better class. Yeah, I definitely could have done this. I just need, like, another minute. Also, Slither is, like, fine. Not my favorite. The major issue is, like, I can't die. That's the major issue. Please kill me.
I've lost too many comrades.
Was pretty good. Sure. So the fun part. So here's why I actually fundamentally disagree with that statement, Diluft. Bloodwave 2 seasons ago was pretty good. It was the strongest pit build. And every player who normally didn't play the Necromancer, who came to the Necromancer to play the strongest build, all hated it because it's the shittiest gameplay experience you could possibly have in Diablo 4. They all had the same experience, which was, what is this? The only time that people have, like, kind of liked the Necromancer was, Leela is saying here, which was, like, when Bone Spear was good. That is the only time people have liked the class. Unless they already liked the Necromancer. Like, unless they had a desire to be playing the Necromancer, the only time people, on average, enjoyed it. That and Blood Surge. People did like playing Blood Surge. But in all other circumstances, people have always been like, oh, wow, this class sucks. And we're all like, oh, yeah, no question. Yeah, you have to like it in spite of it. What is my current Necro build? This is Shadowblade. Shadowblade is currently our strongest build. It'll do, like, Pit Tier 120. And I just finally got 2 good sanctifications on my gear, so I'm just trying out where I'm currently at. It's a bad start thing. I really, really, really hate Blood Begets Blood. I cannot stress this enough. Jakek and Eossi, thank you very much for the follows. I didn't know this, but this was actually a reset. Sad the golem build isn't the strongest. It's the second strong, or the third strongest. And it's all within like a pit tier of one another. The thing that I think literally is a sickness in the brain of video gamers is the idea of the thing I like isn't quantifiably best, because who fucking cares what best is? If you only ever like best, then it shouldn't matter what the thing is, right? And if it's only ever what is best is most valuable, then where do you engage with that? And then you go in this little circle and you go, man, I should probably just like stuff for liking it. And then the world spins. There's also nothing wrong with only liking things which are best because they're best. It's just, you should expect to be disappointed often if that thing also isn't a thing that you enjoy doing. But it seems like that shouldn't be a concern in that same mindset. You know? And this isn't like, oh, and I'm holier than you all, and as such I am enlightened, and you're bad at video games. It's none of that. I have been for a while trying to, not like deconstruct, but try to like really, really dig down to what is it that makes us not, what is it that allows us to be negatively impacted when the thing in the video game that we liked to do doesn't have the biggest number on the board? Like what is it about that? And I think it's a conflation of like accomplishment and value in the outside world and it being inorganically put onto the framework of the video game. But the video game has like a completely different set of like value propositions that can't be held to this same standard. I just assume there's nothing actually there to kill, and I hate illusory. I hate it so much. I don't like it. I really wish it would stop happening. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. No. Okay. Thorin Iron Oak, thank you very much for the follow. Dev should have damage numbers off by default. Sure. Does that materially change a thing? Maybe people would care less about big number. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I thought we just had a gripe about needing to go change it in a setting. Okay, I kind of understand about that. People, so biggest damage number is actually not what I'm talking about. People only know that one build is stronger or weaker than another build because it has done a pit clear that is higher. But this doesn't matter because it doesn't make you do a higher or a lower pit clear. And also there isn't reward tied behind that other than ego. So like, why does it matter? Am I killing monsters or am I not, video game? Because I want to kill the little guys. The little guys are who I'm trying to get. I'm moving on. You know, it's better when everybody runs past you. Sure. But you'll notice that people fondly remembering Bloodwave and Bloodwave being a bad build for everything other than doing the pit speaks to the thing. The feel of the build is the only thing that should matter. Like, as long as it is viable for doing all content, it shouldn't matter what pit tier it does. Because if you're playing a class that only does pit tier 110, you are competing against other people in that class who are trying to do 111. Because the paladin can't hurt you over here in, you know, in Necromancer world. Is every pack illusory? Am I killing nothing the whole time? Have I always been killing nothing the whole time? Are there any monsters in this for me to kill? Does it matter? Hello? And like, how are these tiny little monsters not taking damage anymore? Because I can see the damage being done to them. Yet they don't seem to care. How are they alive? And where do the more little monsters keep coming from? Who is summoning them? Forgot I hated doing the pit. And I'm just trying to leave. I'm just trying to reset. Hope that all classes feel as good as the Paladin in the expansion. Yeah, I'm really excited about the skill tree changes. And okay. You suck so bad, game. Game, you really knock it into the park. Loving competition isn't only about ego, I think. Sure. Yeah. By a large margin, they intentionally implement different types of content every class can shine on, or art class, which make the overall balance feel better. It is not actually the fastest class. But they don't intentionally implement different types of content which every class can shine. I think they would ideally like to, but they have not successfully done that yet. Other than the pit, all content is the faster you can go and the less actions you can take to kill everything on the screen, the better you are. Nothing else matters at all. And that is all content. And the funny part being that those same builds all one-tap bosses. So there is actually only there are two valuable types of builds. The strongest one for doing the pit / the tower, and then the one that is the fastest and kills the entire screen without having to click buttons. Those are the two types of builds which have value in Diablo 4 currently. Which is my major problem with the game. You have tempered shadow damage over time on the gloves, but I don't see that recipe. It's called corruption. Or corrupting. Why am I even fighting here? Why am I even kind of playing this? Nice. Is that a different temper? Shadow damage over time is called corrupting damage. So you just want corrupting. But to answer your question, Evade, Spiritborn, Leak Barb are both just as fast, as well as Paladin, where you evade to do stuff. If you fully spec into teleport with Oculus, it's very hard for other things to go faster than you, but that is not every sorceress build. That is my understanding of the change. Yeah, you're talking about a single sorceress build setup. My understanding is that not all sorceress builds can accomplish this thing. Whereas before, all sorceress builds sought to accomplish this thing. So I really need to like stop just running forward and engaging. You just don't do this map. It's a bad map. It's a bad map. Mages are now post nerf. Do an Undercity? Do it. Run. It was never reasonable. Yeah, no. They're like, oh, the sorceress is a teleport class. I'm like, oh, the sorceress moves at 15 times the speed of every other class? Like, well, that's kind of part of its appeal and its class fantasy. And I go, okay. You know that directly translates to like power and value, right? It's not just like, oh, this is the quality I'm expecting this, but like I'm weaker. It's like that is the most valuable thing you can have for 99% of the content in the game. Which, coming from the Necromancer point of view, is like, oh, okay. Fuck me, I see. Fuck me in particular for having the audacity of, what do you mean 7.6 trillion? So I've only really gotten up to max 1 trillion damage procs with all my buffs up. So all of a sudden seeing this high is very nice. It's very good. I like it a lot. $8 trillion damage. 8 trillion damage. I'm finally a big boy. Now, I know the paladin does quadrillions. Mer, 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 mer. But is the paladin in the group with me right now? Sure ain't. We're gonna need some walkie-talkies to communicate. Fresh out the oven. Thank you, madam. Sure. Thank you. Really, you need a club husband. Dearly beloved husband. Everybody, get in here. Soul Drinker with explosive and illusory is just insane. I'm done. Good doodle. Also, I don't know what it is about Metamorphosis, but it's got to be like the worst mobility option in the game. It is horrid. It gets stuck on the most normal shit. Thank you, madams. Like, what is stopping me from metamorphosing right now? What landmark am I stuck on? And how are these random trash mobs still alive? Alright, I'm done. Good doodle. If they want me, they can come and get me. And what makes those little snake guys show up? And are they worth killing? Well, that's fun. That was pretty cool. How we doing, Diablo? Eating up a lot of memory there, Diablo. Here we go. That was a good run, too. That was cool. I like that because I was about to be free of this hell. Why did I run forward? Here, just coming.
I've been waiting for a bit of fun. Your reality is a dream. I've come to wake you.
Like, how come these guys all of a sudden don't take damage? What's up with that? They just stopped taking damage. I don't understand it. But this isn't, that wasn't like an illusory pack. They were just base monsters. Like trash mobs. Like this ghoul. How is this ghoul alive? Like, how is this pack of revenants alive? I don't understand. The illusory mobs suck. But the thing that's even weirder about the meta now is you don't even fight champions. There's no point to it. I just assume I've killed everything that I can in that pack and everything else is just kind of hanging out. What is the meta? You kill nothing but the trash mobs in packs, and you just keep moving, and you don't fight Belial, because Belial is bad. And then at a certain point, depending on how long it has taken, the progress bar just pops. And then you go fight the boss who hopefully has ads. thought I could kill him. Can't. It's Jax, thank you. It's me, Chris. The Justo Bean, Verilyn. Thank you very much for the follows. I just assume all of that is mobs I can't kill. Okay. Just unkillable. I don't get it. I do not get it. Okay. Well, okay. All right. I think I'm at 114 and not 115. Which stinks. I don't have that much more power to put on my character. I'm also tired. Been a long stream. I'll try one more 114 and then we'll give up the goose. Sorry you stepped away.
My hammer sings on your return.
You want corrupting damage. It's called corrupting. Corrupting is the word for shadow damage over time. I had the 115. I don't know. That something weird is occurring. It can't be all of the trash mobs die and also some of the elites die, and then just a pack of trash mobs are taking no damage.
Quite the challenge, eh? I've been waiting for a bit of fun.
What? All right. All right. You got me on that one. Game. You got me on that one. Oh, nice. A little freebie.
Your reality is a dream. I've come to wake you.
Following Blight. Glyph 15 Paragon went from still missing the gear though. Ganesh is out now. You're a champion. Yeah, no problem, Shadow. Blight's a cool build. Very straightforward. Is there a way to get back your glyph levels? Nope. Those glyphs are just now leveled.
I've come to wake you.
Typically, you use your stronger build to level up your glyphs for your next build. Hello? I just hit that dude with crippling darkness. That was funny. Sunk cost fallacy. All right. I don't speak this language, Blue. What if, and hear me out, there's too many things exploding on the screen? Hadouken! Hadouken! You guys remember Street Fighter? How wild is it in the year of our Lord 2026 we are getting a new live action Street Fighter game, Street Fighter movie? And fucking Andrew Schultz is in it. Oh no. I didn't mean to be fighting these. Got one of them. I definitely have enough lead if I can actually pop this. Son of a bee! Why am I back here? There you go. That's how you do it. Sometimes that happens. Mother's Judgment. Actually messed up, dude.
Eventually break. Even you.
Kill me. In case anybody's wondering, Mother's Judgment is quite literally the worst boss. Other than like Den Mother, kind of? I think even Den Mother is better than Mother's Judgment. Because Den Mother at least eventually spawns ads. Wow. Alright, game. Alright, game, you got me. You beat me into a pulp. We could do 114. Oh, can I die? Is that one of the options? I just gotta do it. Please? Thank you. Alright, but we are... That's my bedtime. Oh, boy. We didn't hit everything we wanted, but we did get a marginal increase on our gloves. And then 2 very good rings. I do like this. It feels pretty good. I think we also just like made my stats better, like in general, kind of across the board. We got Accelerating, Doombringer, and Grandpapa. We got some... I swapped over to Lucky Hit Chance here. I like it. I don't know if I like it enough. The idea is that it helps with Corpse Gen against the single target boss. But we just never want to see a single target boss. Like if I walk in here and see Mother's Judgment... Well, if I have enough time. Like, if I walk in there and see Mother's Judgment, it's just like, oh, okay. So I give up. Okay. That's fine. We made a lot of boots. Oh, yeah, these boots are also marginally better. These are all stats boots. So it was a boots upgrade, a slight glove, kind of like a glove side grade. 2 big ring upgrades. Actually having the resources for... Axe Rune Word is also pretty nice. So I still need like a big upgrade on gloves, a big upgrade on pants, a big upgrade on boots. My weapon is okay. I would like an offensive aspect on it. I think I go weapon next for like next biggest upgrade. The issue with the weapon is I can't actually drop down to like a slower weapon base, so it's not like I can roll a bunch of swords. I just need 2-handed swords. Good enough. All right, let's take a crack at it real quick. Watch me. If I get Starless on this, that's actually... Add a Sakete. Masterwork. I'm gonna go with... So I already have the crit damage on here. I'm actually gonna go with... Chance to apply Vom. which I still think I should have one roll of. I found often that like there were monsters who weren't vuln while I was in there. And that's a huge amount of loss. In clear. It's been masterworked. Got the GA. Next, it's got crit. It's got vuln. We go blight. Should blight be cast over CE for Shadow Blight? Why not use the sword in a focus? It's lower damage. How often should blight be cast over CE for Shadow Blight? In a perfect world, you are casting like Corpse Explosion 3 times, blight once in a perfect rotation. Against a single target without bosses or without mobs, you'll see me casting blight a lot more. Where blight is 3 frames slower than Corpse Explosion, but it's difficult to generate corpses against a single target. That's why you want bosses with ads to actually be able to generate enough corpses to be able to use Corpse Explosion. But you use blight a lot more against a boss, and you basically never use it in a pack of mobs because they should be generating enough corpses. So you just want to cast it once every 3 or 4 seconds. GA on 1 stat. Not good enough, but, and this is a big but here. I wonder if the vulnerable would still make this feel better. I wish the GA went on the max life, but what can you do? Oh, I'll leave this over here. Do I have swords? Do you like my quality 4GA grandfather? All right, we'll try crafting on both of these. Why not?
Beautiful and handy.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
I did the math earlier to figure out if a one-hander and an offhand is better, and it just isn't. You have to add on 87.5% damage to outperform this aspect on a two-hander, which you just kind of can't do.
More there than I thought.
And then on this, obviously we want to roll damage over time because that does nothing for us. I would like crit damage. Or the vulnerable. I would like crit damage, but not 80. Oh, please. I'm alright. Missing out on 12 additive. I don't care. Upgraded crit to a thing. That's nothing. And uno más tiempo. Nice. Thank you.
There's a good one. Some solid bits you hammer sings on your return.
Don't dig it down, what to talk about. Don't dig it down, what to talk about, baby. I get the love. And we need crit. Need 100 crit damage. 98 is good enough. And we slam it. Affix replaced. Huge. Replace resource costs with gem strength. I hate that. I do hate that. All right. Well, those were all of our swords. Good attempt on us. Chance replaced on your Dawnfire? You're slamming... You're slamming non-ancestral Dawnfires? That's gonna happen on a big job like this. All right, let's find somebody to raid you beautiful people over on over to. Oh, weird. Somebody's running a German chatbot at me. Okay. Twitter, Twitch. Your glove loving, dearly beloved husband. All right, who's streaming? I'm so tired. My boy Hazard. All right, we're gonna go hang out with my boy Hazard. We'll give him some love. It's my IRL friend. What you talk about? Dig it down, baby. Alrighty, y'all. Thank you so much for being here. As always, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, kapkun, krap, sawadi, gute Nacht, hasta mañana. Tomorrow, I'm hopefully going to get out my analysis on the Mage Minion build. Because a lot of changes are there. We went over it all yesterday. I just didn't have time this morning because I woke up late. So hopefully I get to sleep early and I wake up early tomorrow and I make that video and we put it out. Really good slams today. That does motivate me a bit to try to slam the rest of the stuff that I got. I'm mostly looking for an actually good amulet. Well, I kind of like my amulet. But we are looking for an actually good amulet because my passives on it suck. I am missing the best passive and I have the significantly worse passive. That, and then, yeah, I don't know what the fuck I was saying, but yeah, that, you know, that in general. But that's gonna do it for me. I love y'all very much. Treat yourselves well. Fuck the bourgeoisie. Working class, stick together. Get involved in local politics. Treat people in the community around you as if they're people that you care about, because you should, because they should care about you. Everybody say everybody's fucking business. Let everybody do what they're doing with themselves, making themselves happy, and don't let nobody tell you that you can't be happy. Be good. I'll see y'all again tomorrow. Bye-bye.